You're good now?
Standing
You said
right
yes,
there.
and then you clicked something, so that was confusing.
Somewhere.
Good evening, everyone.
Okay. Oh, yeah, there she is. Yep.
Welcome. I'd like to call to order this regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting. It is 5:31 on Wednesday, May 28th. Ms. Stokoe, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Coco?
Here.
Mr. Gomez?
Here.
Mr. Harris?
Here.
Mrs. Schaefer?
Here.
Ms. White?
Here.
Item B is motion to approve the agenda. It is recommended that the Board of Education approves the agenda of the May 28th, 2025 Board of Education meeting. Action by the Board of Education and adoption of a consent agenda means that all items are adopted by one singular motion unless a member of the Board of Education, treasurer, or superintendent requests that any such item be removed from the consent agenda and voted upon separately.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Ms. Stokoe, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Coco?
Aye.
Mr. Gomez?
Aye.
Mr. Harris?
Aye.
Mrs. Schaefer?
Aye.
Ms. White?
Aye.
Item C is opening ceremony, informational items. This meeting is a meeting of the Cuyahoga Falls Board of Education in public for the purpose of conducting the school district's business. It is not a public community meeting, although there are opportunities for public participation. If an individual wishes to address the board regarding a topic found on the meeting agenda, the individual must complete a registration form found inside the attendance notebook and present it to the treasurer. Following the introduction of the topic by the board president, followed by board discussion, the individual will be recognized. If an individual wishes to address the board regarding a topic not found on the meeting agenda, he or she must notify the superintendent and/or board president of the topic no later than 3 business days in advance of the meeting. These individuals may share their comments during the board business portion of the agenda. In both cases, the individual will preface comments by an announcement of his or her name and address and limit comments to 3 minutes. All statements should be directed to the board president. No person may address or question board members individually. An unabridged board agenda for this meeting can be found on your electronic device and on the screen there for you. And for your convenience, hard copies of the board agenda may be found on the table by the sign-in book, which are over there on the library stand. The next regularly scheduled meeting of the Cuyahoga Falls Board of Education is June 11th, 2025 at 5:30 p.m. in the Cuyahoga Falls High School Library. And now for our Pledge of Allegiance, and welcome Dr. Sullivan.
Thank you. Please stand if you're able. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Welcome. Our vision, Cuyahoga Falls City School District, the hub of our community, committed to a culture of caring. We innovate, we create, we personalize education for all. Our mission, every student, every day, every opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Selica. Item D is our presentations, and I'd like to call up Miss Allison Bogdan for our retirees. Thank you. And Ms. McComb.
Good evening, everybody. I hope you grabbed a cupcake back there. Did everybody grab a cupcake? Nobody? You can have 2. These kids, you want 2 cupcakes? You guys, no? Okay. So we are very excited to be able to shine a bright light on all of our retirees this evening. So thank you for joining us tonight. Before we begin, I want to recognize and thank those retirees that were unable to come this evening and thank them for their years of service to the Falls. So those unable to come this evening are Mr. Rick Blevins, who is a physical education teacher at Roberts, Ms. Jennifer Gall, an intervention specialist at Richardson, Mr. Robert Meese, an IT technician with the district, Ms. Joan Pinkerton, 5th grade teacher at DeWitt, Ms. Sonia Richmond, custodian at Price, and Ms. Joyce Shell, food service at CFHS. So can we give them a round of applause for their listening? I also want to recognize somebody that is retiring, but we are lucky and fortunate that she is going to be coming back to us next year, and that's Ms. Jody Hosman. So thank you, Jody, and congratulations on your retirement. So this evening, principals and their representatives have prepared parting words for each of our retirees that are present here tonight. When I call your name, please come to the podium so that we can recognize you. First up is Miss Ellen Allerton. She's a media specialist at CFHS. She's been with us for 19 years. And Mr. Jason Smith is coming up here to recognize her.
Well, yeah, you can stay next to me. So, it really truly has been an honor to work with Ellen for these I haven't been here the entire 19 years, but since I've been here in various capacities. Ellen's done such a wonderful job running the media center, and that's just one small thing of what she does, and I'll get into a little bit of that as we go. But when we consider the various changes and the way the media center's changed over the last 19 years, Ellen's done such a wonderful job of adapting and just making this an inviting place for our staff and our students. She does so much for our school, whether it's teaching lessons, helping students, collaborating with our staff, just to ensure that students have access to all things related to the media center, whether it's books, whether it's our maker space, utilizing the copier, whatever it is that they need. Like I said, Ellen's contributions extend well beyond the media center. She does so much for us in regards to testing, whether it's the ACT, the SAT, the OST, the ASVAB, AP, just to name a few. Ellen's always ready to help out and provide any support that we need. We know that is certainly going to be missed. The support that she provides through those busy testing times really can't be overstated. We're just going to miss all that support that Ellen's provided over the years, the relationships that she's developed with our high school staff, and certainly the wonderful rapport that she's developed with our students here at the high school. And just her overall positive attitude that she brings to work every single day. Always a smile on her face and always willing to stop and chat for a minute. Ellen, I know that we will certainly miss you as you take this next step, but we're excited for where these steps take you. Ellen, thank you again for everything.
Next, we'd like to recognize Mr. Doug Calvin. He's an attendant at Price for the last 10 years, and Ms. Amanda Wyckoff is coming up to have some words.
I feel like half my staff's retiring, if you look at the list. Tons of people from Price this year, so. You know, I said half the staff's leaving me. So good evening, everyone. Tonight we're going to celebrate Doug Calvin. He's one of our remarkable student attendants at Price Elementary. He's only been with me for about 3 years, but his impact on Price has been really profound. We're lucky to have you, Doug, and you are without a doubt one of the most kind and patient men that I've ever known, just like you and Lynette, salt of the earth. Your dedication and passion for helping students is remarkable. You're genuinely great at connecting with kids, especially those who struggle. Special Olympics seems to be your standout event. Doug will be found out there the entire day with students. He's never talking, he's running around, and he can hardly, I don't know how to keep up with him sometimes, but Shreyan got away from me and you caught him, so. He's also just has a really innate ability to reach tough kids. We have a student right now that really is into cars, and I know he and Doug spend some time looking up car specs and car types and models and all kinds of things. So you're just really good at building connections. His commitment to the community extends beyond school as well. He volunteers at a food bank. He's also helped run a camp for students that are in foster care and have some behavioral struggles, working with some of our families even to connect them to those resources. So you're just always on the lookout for everyone first. He's always ensuring everyone else has their lunches and their breaks and everything before himself. So something that we really appreciate. I deeply appreciate that Doug, he just has a no-nonsense work ethic, unwavering commitment to what's right. He's very realistic, avoids drama, which is a nice little addition sometimes. And he's just a really hard worker. The one thing I've learned that when Doug has a concern, I need to take it very seriously because he will not come to me unless there is something I genuinely need to address. And when he does, I try to fix it as fast as I can. So his discernment is absolute and his integrity is invaluable. So amidst all that dedication, Doug also has a pretty wonderful, dry, well, sarcastic humor sometimes, which lightens even some tough situations, bringing perspective when we need it. And the little bonus for having Doug is that his wonderful wife, Lynette, is a sub for him. So whenever he's out, Lynette subs in for him. So we always have a fill-in. And she knows the routine because I'm sure he goes home and shares so many wonderful things. So Doug, you've been an unwavering dedication, patience, and quiet strength, and just simply are being such a good person. You made a really big difference here. And on behalf of the entire school community at Price, we want to wish you a retirement filled with relaxation, some of that volunteer work, some camping, and all the quiet joys life has to offer. So you will be greatly missed, and your legacy of kindness will live on at Price. So.
Amanda, you're up again.
Oh, I'm up again.
Yeah, you're up
Sorry,
again.
guys, we have to
You might as well just stay up here.
Taking care of me tonight.
So next up is Mr. Gerski, a custodian at Price, 23 years, and he's going to have some
More words from me. Yeah, he's coming. Look sharp, Doug. Or Mr. Todd, I know. We don't get to see him cleaned up very often. So. All right, Mr. Gerski. So now we're also going to celebrate another kind of quiet, steadfast, pretty essential part of our Price School. Todd's our amazing custodian. He's been at Price for 7 years, 5 of those with me. So, and he's someone who I have had a privilege to work with very much. So, Todd, I'm sure when I rolled in here, you had quite a few eye rolls and little huffs. As I showed up eager, brand new, fresh-faced as a new principal with a bucket of paint for you to paint my office, ready to go. And then we have spent a lot of time cleaning out a good 50 years of Price history probably, and you help me a lot, shall we say, make things disappear sometimes when we needed to clean house. You're always a man of few words, but your loyalty and patience speaks volumes. You're always patient with the kids and the staff and with me. So you really go above and beyond a lot, Todd, whether it's cleaning up a spill, moving furniture on a whim, coming in on your time off to let someone in that forgot something over the weekend. You make our building run smoothly, and you have just a nice, calm demeanor. When we ask how you're doing a lot of times, I don't know if I got it right, but he's on the right side of the ground today. Oh, see, there we go. See, he's got a lot of little one-liners that we're used to, so. Todd, one of his greatest gifts that I'm really grateful for is his uncanny ability to be an animal whisperer, or else maybe we would call him the bat catcher. So birds are not my thing at all. So bats might be even worse. And over the years, we've had quite a few winged friends that seem to show up in Price. Yeah. And every time, Todd never fails. He safely captures them with a bucket and a piece of cardboard. And he lets them go free while I stand in the corner and scream a little bit. But we always seem to get them out there somehow. He has just a gentle soul for animals. I know he does. He tells great stories about he and his wife caring for their cats. And he really has some great stories he shares from his time spent early in his career at SeaWorld. And I know that was a great fit for him, so I love hearing those stories. Todd's also a really incredible artist. He's very quietly will share a piece of work here and there, never seeking praise, just letting that work speak for itself. And then, let's see, he's also got that wonderful dry wit also. He and Doug must share that together. But there's times when things just aren't going our way. And another good Todd saying is he'll just shake his head and offer his classic sarcastic observation, Lions 10, Christians 0. Did I get it? See, I got it. I didn't even know what that meant. I had to look it up. I thought it was a football analogy. So anyways, that's our humor sometimes. That's our humor sometimes what gets us through the day. So I'm grateful I got to spend my first year as a principal with you, Todd. So You've been a problem solver, and we're so lucky to have had you. Yeah. Am I up again or no? Okay, give me a little while.
Next, we'd like to recognize Ms. Nancy Hall, speech and language pathologist for 32 years. And Tammy Brown's coming up to say some words.
Should say how many years.
And
I think she's got
Tammy Brown and others.
almost 30.
The great part about celebrating retirees, congratulations everyone, is that they know a lot of people. And even though I have known Nancy long, we grew up together and our families did, so I have lots of great stuff. But these two have much better stories. So Stephanie and Lisa have some things to share about their friend.
She didn't know we were speaking, so.
Don't worry, I'm not sharing any of our deep, dark secrets. Well, good evening, everyone. It's truly an honor to stand here today and speak about someone who has not only been a wonderful colleague, but also a dear friend. When I first walked through the doors of Price Elementary as a student teacher 24, 25 years ago, and then as a second grade teacher when I got hired, I was wide-eyed and a little overwhelmed. Nancy was one of the first people who made me feel at home. She took me under her wing without hesitation, guiding me through everything from intervention strategies to the maze of IEP meetings. But more than that, she was simply there for early morning chats and laughter during lunch breaks and in the thoughtful check-ins after long days. She made a point to make sure I never felt alone, and I know I wasn't the only one she did that for. Several people have shared with me. Over time, our professional relationship grew into something much deeper, a true and lasting friendship. One built on respect, laughter, and countless shared experiences in and out of the classroom. That kind of bond doesn't retire, it stays with you. Nancy, your impact at your schools, on your students, and on all of us is immeasurable. You've left a legacy of compassion and dedication that will continue to shape this place long after you've packed up your classroom, which I'm sure you're done. Are you? We're going to miss you dearly, but we're also so excited for the next chapter of your life, being my personal classroom assistant. Bringing me coffee in the mornings, Ubering my lunch, and being my sub when I'm not at school. With all jokes aside, you've more than earned it. Congratulations, my friend. I will miss you.
Oh, boy.
Okay, I've known Nancy since 7th grade. And she was in 8th grade. I just want to say she's a year older than me, so, you know, I got to put it out there. Well, I don't want to go that far, but okay. Friendship is not about how long you've known somebody, but it's about the quality of the connection that you make. That's the gold standard right there. Nancy is so good with everyone, and I don't know, even have words to say what she means to me. And we've really been through everything together, personally and professionally. We met at Bullock over 40 years ago. It was a junior high at that time. Played sports together, attended Kent State University together. Man, we've been together forever. We taught at Sill, at Price, at Preston. We coached basketball together. I tend to like quiet mornings. Nice, easy, roll into the day. So my wonderful principal decided to put us together at door duty. And I really would like you to demonstrate your morning door duty for everyone. The kids come in and, you know, they're not quite awake and she is clapping. Hello, good morning. And I'm like, I'm sure I look like the kids. Nancy is authentic and she's genuine and she's thoughtful, and she's caring, trustworthy, and extremely organized. I hope she goes into that when she retires. She can plan a party better than anybody I've ever met. I want to thank you for your friendship. It's a rare connection and a bond that sustained us through years. And yes, I will always be your Uber driver to the airport. Don't worry about that. The last thing I'd like to share with you is the letter that she sent home to her parents, because I think this describes Nancy to a T. After 35 years as a speech-language pathologist in the Cuyahoga Falls City School District, I am writing to share that I will be retiring at the end of this school year. It is truly bittersweet to say goodbye to a profession that has brought me so much joy, purpose, and fulfillment. Working with your child has been one of the greatest privileges of my career. Each of them has brought something special into my life, and I have cherished the opportunity to watch them grow, learn, and develop their communication skills. Their determination, curiosity, and unique personalities, you've got a lot of those, have inspired me every single day. I also want to extend my deepest thanks to you. Your partnership, encouragement, and trust have meant the world to me. The progress your child has made is a reflection not only of their hard work, but of all the support you've provided at home over the years. As I begin this next chapter, please know that I will carry with me countless fond memories of students and families that I have had the honor to work with at school. I wish each of them continued growth, confidence, and success in all that lies ahead. You're truly one in a million. Thanks.
Next, I'd like to call up Ms. Joy Houchin. She's an interim principal at Roberts Middle School. She's been in education for 32 years, over 20 in the Falls, right, Joy? Yes. And she's being recognized tonight by Ms. Julie McCary.
To quote from Joy's retirement letter, her Black Tiger journey began when her family moved to Cuyahoga Falls in the fall of her 3rd grade year. She attended Preston Elementary School, Sill Junior High, and Cuyahoga Falls High School, class of '87. In her last year of college, she did her student teaching at Lincoln and DeWitt. She then worked in some capacity in every building in the district, and there were more back then, before settling in as a middle school ELA, reading, and Spanish teacher. And for those of you who don't know because you're too young, language arts and reading used to actually be separate standards. So yes, she actually taught both of those classes. My sister, who happens to be here tonight, cheered with Joy in high school and always said, "Oh my gosh, you have to meet my sister, you have to meet Joy, you have to meet Joy." We ended up being hired in the same year. And then she was at Sill and I was at Roberts. And then when there was an opening, I called her. I'd never met her before. I called her at Sill back when there was only 2 phones in each building and said, "Hey, there's an opening next year, somebody's leaving, we need a Spanish teacher. My sister says you're great, you should come over." And she did, and thus began a beautiful friendship and another wonderful time until she decided that she wanted to be a principal, which apparently I said to her, "I don't think you want to do that. That's not a good idea," because I didn't want her to.
I don't think you're going to like that.
You're not going to like that. I also cried when she told me she was going to retire a year before me, but this was 20 years ago. So Joy has always been the consummate professional. According to Judy Wiedemann back in 1993, she said, "Joy has performed as a seasoned veteran. She has done an outstanding job of providing continuity for students in their learning process. She has the respect of her students, maintains a child-centered classroom, and has effective discipline and control." In later years, Joe Icano, who is now with our Summit ESC, said, "Mrs. Houchin is a conscientious, energetic teacher. She has effectively established a positive classroom atmosphere where students know she's working in their best interest. She has established very positive relationships with students, including those students who are often difficult to work with. She can always be counted on to be helpful and to keep a positive attitude even when the going gets tough." This theme carried on to Tom Ratcliffe. Joy has a great rapport and mutual respect with her students. She is a true professional who has established a warm, wonderful, risk-free, and productive classroom environment where her kids have every opportunity to succeed. Later on, 2009, Sean Mullanen said, Joy is not afraid to take that difficult student and work diligently with them to succeed. I say to you, Robert, and there needs to be nothing else said about that. From 2013 to 2024, Joy was a pre-K through grade 5 principal in Cuyahoga Heights. But perhaps because there should be a Take Your Friend to Work Day so we can actually see all the people that our friends are talking about, Joy decided to return home to Cuyahoga Falls in August of 2024. She looks forward to spending her retirement in Florida, which is a little bit rude because that's kind of far away, but she did build a house with a room for me, so I think I'm going to be okay with that. But she has done a wonderful job at Roberts this year. I had teachers actually thanking me, leaving notes in my office. Thank you for bringing Joy back. Thank you for bringing Joy back. They were so excited to have her back as principal this year, and even this year, making connections with those very difficult students and helping them to feel seen and heard. Sorry? I tried really hard. I did really well. But the last thing I have to say is, once a black tiger, always a black tiger.
Right.
And thank you for coming home. Okay, say so. I'll say something.
I didn't think she'd give me the mic. No, I just want to thank the Board of Education for putting some faith in me and allowing me to return. It has been a great year. I never had any idea at the beginning of this year that I would be retiring. Who knew the state was going to do that? But it's been wonderful. I love Cuyahoga Falls. It's my home, always will be. And I also, one little part that we missed was that I was Preston's principal also for 3 years. So thank you, everybody. I really appreciate it.
Next, we would like to recognize Ms. Pamela Hugel, paraprofessional at Lincoln, recognized by Julie Hall. Oh, okay. Sure? I'm just kidding. She's hiding somewhere. So let's bring up Ms. Roseanne Ktoff, second grade teacher at Price. 38 years. 38 years. Good for you.
Couldn't have been. I just started.
Okay. I won't say that. Amanda Wyckoff's coming up again.
Nancy Hall was mine too, so I spared you guys from having to hear another Amanda speech. So I'm just going to introduce Judy. So before Judy shares her thoughts, I wanted to say a few words about this extraordinary teacher we have right here as we honor Roseanne Ktoff. That's right, 38 years in Cuyahoga Falls School District. Roseanne is quite possibly the greatest teacher I've ever witnessed teach. She possesses an ability to ensure every student is learning and is engaged at all times and consistently rises to her very high expectations, a standard of excellence that I think can inspire all of us. So on a personal note, God, you're gonna make me cry. All right. Roseanne has been just an incredible mentor and cheerleader for me. She helped hire me for my first admin job. She's guided me throughout that time at Price, and I'm just grateful for that. So Nancy Hall too, both of you ladies, and Judy, they kind of have kept me real sometimes, I think. So I'm just grateful for that, and we'll miss her immensely, and Price will not be the same without her for many years to come. So I'll let Judy say the rest, but I just wanted to say a little intro to her. So.
No, not until she opened her mouth. Not too long ago. Opened my mouth. That's also something she said before.
It's both an honor and a challenge to stand here today, to celebrate someone who has made such an extraordinary impact, not just on our school, but on generations of students, colleagues, and friends. Today we honor Roseanne Ktoff, who is retiring after an amazing 38 years of service in Cuyahoga Falls City Schools. 37 of those years at Price Elementary. That's nearly 4 decades of dedication, heart, and purpose. Anyone who's worked with her or has been lucky enough to learn from her knows how special she is. From the start, Roseanne was never just a teacher of academics. She was a teacher of life. She taught her students how to read, how to think, how to care, but most importantly, she taught them character. In fact, if you walk by her classroom, you might hear a familiar chorus of her students saying, "Do the right thing because it's the right thing to do." It's a mindset that she's instilled in hundreds of young hearts. She also took action to support her students in the classroom. She founded the Reading by 9 program, a volunteer program that she started because she believed that if a child can read by the age of 9, they're set up for success in life. She has recruited and organized countless volunteers, ensuring her students had multiple opportunities to read with an adult. She didn't stop there. She tirelessly fundraised for donations so her students could take home a book every single month. Many of those students might not have had a single book at home if it weren't for her. She secured many grants, turning ideas into reality. She found funding to purchase a buddy bench for the playground, such a simple but powerful way to help children build friendships and support one another. Over the years, she's worn many hats, serving on the building leadership team, acting as a union representative, and working on numerous committees. And through it all, she has remained one of the most dependable and driven educators that I've ever known. And let's not forget the legendary field trip with Julie Maines. When the bus coming home from Cleveland field trip, 77, was shut down. She was literally stuck on a bus with a group of students for hours. She kept them entertained and calm, making what could have been a disaster into a memorable adventure. They didn't get back to school until 7 p.m., and yet she still managed to smile through it all. That's just who she is.
They never had to go to the bathroom that entire
That's a feat.
For me, this is personal. She's been my friend and coworker for over 30 years. We've shared laughter, lessons, challenges, and victories.
and lots of coffee.
Coffee club. Coffee club. More than once, she's been the voice of reason or the much-needed comic relief. Roseanne, thank you for your wisdom, your dedication, and your friendship. You've made our school better. You've made all of us better. As you begin this next chapter, may it be filled with joy and adventure. Although we'll miss you, we know your legacy will continue through every mind that you've inspired, the hearts that you've touched, and the values you've passed on. Congratulations, my friend.
No, I don't think so, but thanks for the memories, except I do have one thing I was telling Judy as we walked in.
Okay.
I got hired in the middle of September. It was just like a day here. I had my umbrella, went to the interview, left. The next day the phone rang and the secretary said, "Guess what? You've left your umbrella here." I said, "Oh great, I'll come and get it." She said, "Well, we want you to sign a contract with Cuyahoga Falls." And the rest is history. So thank you very much for everything you did here and all that I've done.
Next, we'd like to recognize Ms. Judy McCary, who's served in a number of roles. Her latest as a hall monitor at CFHS, and Jason Smith is going to join us at the podium.
So I've not known Judy for the full 26 years. In fact, I've gotten to know Judy really well over the last about 2 years when she joined us at Cuyahoga Falls High School in a newly position as a hall monitor. And we got to know each other pretty well, just kind of the nature of that position. Judy, for those of you, I'm sure most of you are familiar with this building, it's a little over 300,000 square feet. And Judy walked probably every single square foot of that many times over in these 2 years. She did a wonderful job with that position, as that one is not always an easy one, just because the nature of it is, well, you're trying to keep the hallway safe and making sure that students are where they need to be, not necessarily where they want to be. And Judy always did a fantastic job. So again, just really getting a chance to know Judy, her work ethic, her reliability, in that short amount of time was truly just a blessing for me. We knew that we could always count on Judy to, again, keep the hallway safe and make sure students are doing what they're supposed to do. We're going to miss Judy, despite all of those, maybe some of the tougher situations, but she always approached everything with such a positive attitude. And she just brought that smile and those wonderful positive greetings to work every day. So in the short time that she was here, she developed relationships, and she made an immediate impact on the school and set the tone and the example for our other hall monitors as well. We're certainly going to miss all of your hard work, your diligence in your job. We wish you all the best. We're going to miss you. Thank you, Judy.
Jason Smith, come back up here. Between you and Amanda, it's like a, would like you to come back up, not because you're retiring. No. Because, a constant at the high school, a secretary for a great number of years, and here she is. Didn't even have to say her name. There's Miss Joyce Powers.
Yeah. But 99 in the district since 26 years. Wow. Okay. Well, I, again, had the opportunity to work with Mrs. Powers. It's particularly in these last 5 or 6 years. Yeah, that's right. Kind of right up here. As she's one of our secretaries for our administrative staff, our high school assistant principal. In the last 5 or 6 years, I think you've got to welcome in, is it 4 new assistant principals? So it's been very busy, but we've always been fortunate. Joyce has been just such a great presence, in the office and everything that she does. It really, really has been a pleasure working with Joyce. She's done so much more than just manage attendance and phone calls. She truly is one of the most positive people that I think I've ever worked with. I don't think, even right now, I've ever seen her without a smile on her face. So from the warm welcomes and the kind words, her endless patience to everyone who walked through the office doors, truly her positive attitude is infectious. Joyce has always had an uncanny ability to remember past conversations. We often talk about some of the things going on in our families. She always remembers everything, asking about people's kids and how things are going. It's just truly just a remarkable gift. We're going to miss that positivity and the joy that Joyce brings to work every day. We're going to miss working with you, and I'm going to miss popping in the office and just kind of seeing that bright smile every day. Definitely excited for this next stage for you. Thank you for your grace, your warmth, your dedication that you brought to school every single day. We wish you all the joy and the relaxation that this next step has to offer you. Thank you, Joyce.
Next, we'd like to recognize Ms. Cindy Kbonic, second grade teacher at Preston. Looks like Tammy Brown's bringing up a crew again. Here we go.
One of the many great things about becoming principal at Preston was I joined a staff that had 7 fellow Falls graduates, which is very unique, and being one myself was awesome. Now, Cindy and I's small world, her husband's sister was my best friend in middle school, and I graduated with her sister, Cindy's sister. So The Falls is so small and I wouldn't have it any other way. But we had to fight for those who got to say something about Cindy because she is so loved. And we just celebrate her today, and some of her friends wanted to share with you.
We won the fight. Okay, so I'm Nancy, as you know. This is Lisa. So we thought we would write you a poem for Cindy, about Cindy, since she's teacher of 2nd grade. So tonight we gather, hearts full and bright, to honor a star whose spirit is light. For 34.4 years in this district so dear, Cindy has taught with warmth and cheer.
It started in kindergarten, wide-eyed and new, then to 3rd grade, where young minds flew. But it was 2nd grade where she made her nest, where year after year she gave her best.
A teacher, yes, but oh so much more. A mentor, a leader, we all adore. From union halls where voices unite, to BLT meetings and negotiations deep into the night.
She mentored the new with patience and grace. The Sunshine Committee, she lit up the place. She showed up at night for events big and small. To cheer on her students, she answered the call.
With a classroom full and voices too still, she had her own brand of calming skill. If you hear me, touch your head, she'd say, then noses and ears in a directive way.
Cinco de Mayo brought music and flair, with parents and kids gathered everywhere, teaching the Macarena with rhythm and glee, laughter and dance, pure jubilee.
Cindy, the calm and voice of reason, a guiding light in every season. She wore many hats, none ever too small. A friend, a grandma, a daughter, and the mayor's wife to all. A costume queen on Halloween night. As Arthur, she gave us such a delight.
Just kidding, okay. A mad student once wished for Mrs. Kbonic to eliminate, but said laminate instead. Well, isn't that great? For truly, Cindy, if we could, we would laminate you to keep forever good.
A listener, supporter, always so wise, with a sparkle of joy, never denies. She counts her blessings, never her woes, and into young hearts her kindness flows.
Cindy, your chapter here may close, but oh, how your garden grows. In every child, in every peer, for someone who's given so much, it's now time to, your legacy echoes year after year.
Sorry, not bad. We'll be writing an IEP later or listening and following directions from Ms. Holman. Okay, back to Cindy. Retirement now calls with its sweet invitation. Sleep in, have lunch, even go on vacation. Tea rooms await, much fun during the day. For someone who's given so much, it's time to play.
So thank you, dear Cindy, for all that you've done. Your journey was golden. You shined like the sun. From Cuyahoga Falls, we say with cheer, we love you, we'll miss you, and hold you dear.
feel like I was just in study hall here not long ago, sitting right over there, and the library hasn't changed. So that's kind of neat in a way when I come back. And then 34 years go by teaching. But I enjoyed teaching in Cuyahoga Falls. I was lucky to be at the same school the whole time, and I worked with a wonderful staff always, and families and students. So I was always very lucky. And I'm also thankful that my whole family's here and my 4 grandchildren. I'm very, very blessed. So thank you very much. Off to new adventures, and I'll always be a black tiger. Thank you.
That was a fun poem. Good job, guys. How are you for mine? Next, we'd like to ask Ms. Kelly Statz, 4th grade teacher at Silver Lake, to come up to the podium. So, recognized by Christopher.
One cannot talk about Silver Lake and not mention Mrs. Kelly Statz. Mrs. Statz and Silver Lake have been one and the same for, as she told me, 34.52 years. In the fall of 1990, Kelly student taught in 3rd grade. The other teacher in the grade level retired, and Kelly was hired for the remainder of the year as a long-term sub. She was then hired for full-time in the fall of 91, and she never left until now. Well, tomorrow, right? Yeah. Kelly spent 25 years teaching 3rd grade and then moved into 4th grade, where she has been teaching math and social studies. While I've only had the pleasure of working with her for 3 years, I know that students have benefited from having Mrs. Statz in their lives for her caring approach to her classroom and the needs of all her students. Whether it was in 3rd grade or 4th grade, Mrs. Statz work with the Silver Laker students is a legacy educators dream of when they first embark on this journey that is education. Personally, I'll miss the shots across the bow in the form of, "I'm Kelly Statz, nice to meet you," or "Hey stranger," when Kelly knew I wasn't able to get out of my office as much I would like to. But Kelly is also one who gave me such valuable advice when I was deciding how much time to take off with the birth of my son. She told me that it was time that I was never going to get back. And take as much time as I could and don't think a second more on it. And I know Kelly cares about others, period. Meredith Koch, a colleague at Silver Lake, wanted to add, "It is both an honor and a bittersweet moment to write a few words about my dear friend and colleague Kelly as she embarks on her well-deserved retirement after 34.52 years of service to our students." I added that. She didn't put that in. Kelly has been more than just a colleague. She's been a steadfast mentor, a source of never-ending wisdom, a calming presence, an inspiring educator. Her impact on Silver Lake Elementary's community is immeasurable, and her dedication is an inspiration. On a more personal note, Kelly and I, Meredith, have shared many things over the years. Countless Wordle games, endless stories, triumphs, challenges, and yes, even a rather uniquely specific and mutually understood aversion that has led to some, pause for the suspense, memorable and often strategically navigated moments on the 2nd floor of Silver Lake Elementary. It's a testament to our bond that we could find solidarity and humor in facing our shared anxiety, both messy and germ-filled. Those moments, along with her unwavering support and friendship, are memories I will always cherish. Kelly, your dedication, humor, and fear of vom will be profoundly missed. While I am so sad to see you go, I am so excited for you to enjoy this new chapter. I wish you fun times with grandchildren, relaxation, and nothing but joy in your retirement. Thank you for everything. Love, Meredith. But we're not done. Fallon Miller, another colleague from Silver Lake, wrote, "When I first arrived at Silver Lake, one of the very first people I met was Kelly Statz. She swooped right in to ensure all my technology was set up, and her kindness was immediate and genuine. Kelly consistently checked in, making sure I felt truly welcomed. She even became my reliable bus duty buddy, always making sure I made it out there with her." No one does. Over the years, Kelly transitioned from being just a wonderful colleague to a dear friend. She's the kind of person who genuinely wants everyone to feel at home and is always ready to lend a hand. I'm certainly going to miss her, but I know she'll be spending her days soaking up every moment with her sweet grandchildren. Enjoy your well-deserved retirement, Kelly Statz. And now I would like to call Leslie Doherty, Kelly's partner in crime for the last 9 years, as she wanted to say a few words.
No, she's firing me. Is that a secret wink? I don't go anywhere without my Kleenex. I'm hoping to make it through. So tonight it's a real honor and slightly nerve-wracking to summarize Kelly's years of excellence, hard work, and fierce dedication. Of course, I would call it 35 years of teaching. She would correct me and say 34.52. I told her when you add student teaching, it's 35. So there you go. Kelly and I actually go way back, all the way to elementary school. So sorry, Lisa, I trump you. We were both students at Fish Creek Elementary and actually grew up on the same road, Norton Road, and our mothers still live in those same houses too. I have memories of her mom driving us to Girl Scout events, even though her mom doesn't remember it, so I guess I'm not very memorable. Who would have guessed that years later we'd end up working side by side as colleagues? I've had the privilege of working with her. Roseanne, this is your fault. I've worked with all these people through the years too. Learning from her, laughing with her, and watching her make a difference in so many lives. One of the most inspiring highlights of her career was the creation of Tiger Bags. For those of you who may not know, the program involved providing food and supplies to those in need. And this all sparked when she was teaching the 3rd grade social studies standard, What Makes a Community? Kelly didn't just teach the concept, she lived it, and she helped her students live it too. That project just wasn't a classroom activity, it was a real working service initiative run by mostly the kids, with Kelly guiding them every step of the way, and it was very impactful. Even when Tiger Bags came to an end shortly after COVID, the heart behind it, the lessons it taught, the people it helped, still remained. That's the kind of legacy Kelly leaves, quiet, steady, and deeply meaningful. In 2016, Kelly was nominated for the Summit County Lifetime Educator Award, and honestly, no one deserved it more. Her entire career has been a series of small, powerful moments that added up to a lifetime of service. To her students, her colleagues, and to this community. Now she steps away from the classroom, she's stepping into a new role that's just as important, perhaps even more so, being present for her granddaughters. It's time! Anyone who knows Kelly knows how deeply she loves her family, and while she's given so much to her school family for more than 3 decades, it's time for her to turn that love and energy towards her own family. To pour into those little girls the same patience, creativity, and kindness that she's shown to every child who's passed through her classroom doors. Boy, we will miss you more than words can say, but we are so happy for you for the slower mornings, the time with your family, the joy of watching the next generation grow under your loving influence, and the sleeping in. I'm really jealous about that. Congratulations, Kelly. Thank you for your years of service. It won't be the same without you, but we are all better having known you and having had you with us. Enjoy every minute of retirement. Thank you.
conclusion, we know that Silver Lake won't be the same without Mrs. Statz. But we are confident that the inspiration she has given us will continue to shape our future. Her remarkable legacy is something we will all aspire to achieve. Mrs. Statz, thank you from the bottom of our hearts for your profound impact on every Silver Laker, past and present. We wish you the best in your retirement.
I say a couple words. First and foremost, I do truly appreciate that you guys take the time to do this and to recognize retirees in every form and capacity. So that I appreciate. When I first came to Silver Lake School, when I got that student teaching placement, and it said Silver Lake, I grew up in Stowe, and I thought, Silver Lake has a school? So I had to go get out my map, I had to go find it, so I could figure out where it was. So we fast forward to where we are today. But in that time, I've learned so much, and the thing that I continue to say to student teachers and colleagues is, the academics, the kids will get, we'll do it, but it's what we do for the kids that make the difference. And at the end of the day, that's what we want the kids to remember. They're not going to remember that you taught them this or that. What they remember is how you made them feel. And so I continue to encourage every educator, every person who touches and works with kids, please let them know that they're valued. So thank you.
So let's give another round of applause to all of our retirees this evening and those who spoke for them. I also want to thank Peggy Whitcomb back here who got all of this organized, so thank you very much, Peggy. And thank you to the friends and family that joined us tonight. That meant a lot. So have a good evening.
Thank you all for coming, and you're welcome to stay. I just want to offer one last congratulations to all of you. And I wrote down a few words that were kind of a common theme between all of these for all of our retirees were authentic, connections with others, respect, standard of excellence, mentor, leader, dedication, and inspiration. And thank you for being that for our students every day for so many years. And enjoy your retirement. Thank you.
Thank you.
What is it?
Eagle Scout Board of Review. He's like, no one's here.
Oh, serious?
Yeah. I'm starting to panic. Oh, do you want to have this? Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know why this is I guess I don't. Just a second.
Oh, that's next. Yep. Got it. Truly. I love this. Every time I do this, it's not that I forget about it. It's just I just love and recognize all those folks. It's awesome.
I know, you see like the names on like your agenda and things, but it's really nice to see faces and
Yep.
names and such.
Okay, the question is, should I eat a cupcake? Because I'm hungry.
I saved one. I'm gonna eat mine during the 5-year
Taking a photo or? I guess not. Okay. Are we taking a photo or no? No, okay. I have another photo too. I have another photo too. I have a chef's hat. I have her dressed as a chef.
I have a Miss Kbonic chef hat photo too. Yeah, sous chef one year for Halloween. Yeah, I just saw it yesterday.
Oh, that's fine.
Thank you.
See you, Miss Mary.
I didn't realize that she was called a boss.
Yeah. I didn't know, to be honest with you, I don't remember what school, but
Yeah, I didn't realize she was called a boss. See, once it's black tie, always a black tie. That's right. We've adopted you.
Yes, I do.
too.
Yeah, we've adopted you. You're a black tie.
Yeah, I am. Yeah. I'm a transplant.
That's right.
Oh, I'm going to mention it tonight.
If you call up the next presentation, people are scary.
Yeah.
It's a good strategy.
Science. I'm out of here.
I don't want to hear that.
Misty Downs is speaking. We're ready for our presentation number 2, 6 through 12 science presentation. Mrs. Dudonis, Mr. Glavin, and Mrs. Jen Stedman. Welcome. Thank you.
Hello.
I don't think they turned it off.
How do you feel? Now you nice.
Jody, I think is.
Working on it.
She's such a good girl.
All right. Yeah. Yeah.
She is. Thank you, Mr. Gomez.
Yes.
President Coco, Vice President Gomez, Board of Education, Dr. Selico, thank you for having us here this evening. Mr. Glavin and Mrs. Stedman and I are going to share a little bit with you about our process and our recommendation for our 6 through 12 science curriculum. A tiny bit of background is that we last adopted in 2018, and this process we feel has been more inclusive of all of the teachers, and we're excited about what we have to show you. So our team included Mrs. Hausman and myself, Mr. Glavin and Mrs. Stedman were key members, and then actually all of the high school and middle school science teachers, except one of them who's on leave, were able to participate, so we were really excited about that. Mr. Glavin is going to share with you a little bit about the DEW materials and rubrics and that sort of thing. So, Mr. Glavin?
Thank you, Julie. You may be familiar with the fact that the Ohio Department of Education and Workforce has established criteria first for ELA and math in choosing high-quality instructional materials. And we followed in that line for doing so. So there's a portion of the DEW website that is called Ohio Materials Matter. And you can read that from where you're sitting. You can see the bullet points on the right sort of frame the process that we have followed in the work that essentially started with planning in October 2024 and will be continuing for the near foreseeable future. So standards-aligned instructional content, scope and sequence, evidence-based instructional strategies, and then the materials to provide implementation and support for all of our learners in the district. Can move on to the next slide. This is an illustration of the rubric that was developed across the curriculum. Jen and her cohorts from the high school and then the middle school teachers followed I would call it a little bit tedious process because The rubric is a bit lengthy, but the 6-8 teachers and the 9-12 science teachers were diligent and persevered through the process to come up with an objective scoring system so that they could make intelligent decisions about the direction they want to move in with the materials that they're going to be utilizing. You can see that the rubric is hyperlinked there in case any of you do want to hop on and take a look at what it entailed.
And Mrs. Hausman will share the presentation with you.
So, and this is sort of the table of contents for the rubric itself. So they worked their way through both gateways and then all 7 of those sub-criteria in evaluating the best possible programs to be serving their students. Julie and Jen will be summarizing what that entailed and the decisions that they made based on that scoring system. I'm grateful to have been part of this process because I feel like I'm stepping in the backyard of the Summit ESC in coming down here, but I've worked with Jen and Sydney Heimovitz for several years now because they attend our science network meetings up at the ESC of Northeast Ohio, where there are over 40 school districts represented, and they've ably represented Cuyahoga Falls in the process.
Thank you. So just a little bit about our process. So as Bob mentioned, we started going through the process back actually in October. Mrs. Hausman and I met with Robin Deems, who is a DEW science consultant, and we talked through with her, you know, in addition to the rubrics, is there anything else that we need to be taking into consideration? And then we were connected with Bob through Jen, so thank you, Jen, for that. And then in November, on our PD day, Mr. Glavin met with all 6 through 12 science teachers and talked through instructional philosophy, alignment to the Ohio State standards versus the NGSS standards, which there is a lot of alignment, but they're not perfectly aligned. Having a commitment to hands-on activities. We don't want our students just reading about science, we want students doing science. And so he talked through that with them and also went through the rubric with them so they had an idea of what are we looking for as we start to look at materials. And then we got some materials, samples from all over, and then, Mr. Hutch, next slide, please. Thank you. Then in January through March, we had in-person and virtual presentations from various companies. All of the teachers, as I mentioned, were able to participate, which was great because we didn't have one teacher making a decision for another and that sort of thing. The high school biology teachers, Mrs. Hausman and I worked with Savas to procure. So in 2018, we had adopted the Miller-Levine biology, and at the time, it was a perfect storm in terms of there was the way to get students synced just was not an easy process. And then there was Adobe Flash Player, some of you may remember that, but it didn't work on Chromebooks. And so the teachers were never really able to utilize the online portion the way we wanted. So they actually gave us a free pilot this year, even though we already have the product, to let the teachers really experience what it was. And of course, it has been updated since 2018. And now we have that one. One of the benefits of COVID is that every student has a Chromebook now, and also obviously a commitment from the board to continue that, so we're grateful for that. And so they were able to use that, and then teachers had the opportunity to use the sample materials if they wanted to teach a lesson in their class from different products to see what it was like. They were able to do that. And then we met with the middle school science teachers. Mr. Glavin is an expert in Open SciEd, which is actually a free online resource, but what we learned as he presented it is it really didn't provide the structure that we wanted to have to make sure that we were meeting all the standards. And so that's why we continued on with the products that actually cost money, unfortunately. And then we kept reviewing, we worked through the rubrics, and then got the quotes, and here we are today. So the first part we'll talk about is for the middle school science courses. So in the middle school, we wanted continuity. So all 3 grade levels, I said, you don't have to have the same thing as the high school, but it has to be the same grade 6, 7, and 8. We know that students thrive in structure, and learning things one way as 6th graders is so hard, so to have to try and relearn with a different product and then relearn again wasn't an option. And so the teachers did a great job. They did use the rubric, and actually at the middle school level, the rubric was kind of that breaking, like, tiebreaker sort of thing. We had two that felt one way, one team that felt another, and when we looked at the numbers said Savas was the way to go. So all students will receive consumable print books for 6 years, should you choose to approve this at our next meeting. They will also have digital access, and then the teachers will also obviously receive print and digital access. The one great thing about this product is it's brand new. One scary thing about this product is it's brand new. So it is expected to start being in the Savas warehouse starting July 7th. But I did meet with the company, and they have assured us, well, first of all, that online access will be available. And then Mr. Glavin is meeting with our middle school science teachers next week. And one of the things that we are going to do after he meets with them is I'm going to send them a list and say, here are the things that we need first. And they have assured me that they can drop ship them. So as soon as they're ready, they'll be to us within a week. So we will have what we need in order to start the school year. So that's a little bit of relief.
Is
Yes,
the
sir.
current middle school science text a consumable?
They are not, and in fact, our current middle school science is actually an amalgamation of several different things, and so none of them were well, I take that back. There is one 8th grade science text that was a consumable, the HMH Fusion text. But these are actually smaller. They are being printed by module that relates to the standards.
Are we gonna have to change our fees for middle schools?
We did not include those in the fees. That's not something we've ever done. We've always just,
Include it as a fee for
yeah,
the-
that would make the fees
Okay.
just way out of hand.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure. And then the one unique thing, as I was mentioning, is because these are modules, students will have them for various modules. What we have learned, and Mr. Glavin already knew, but what I have learned, I should say, is that there is no great textbook resource for middle school science for Ohio standards. So Savas actually has crafted, they had this great new product, and then when we met with them, we had them like mix and match and put things together so that they were more amenable to what we need. But they're still, with the modules, there will be some that will move on from 6th grade to 7th grade because some of the standards, only part is in 6th and part is in 7th. We're not concerned about that because what we've been doing with our language arts materials that are consumable is the students have just been leaving them right there in the classroom. And then we ordered just enough, hopefully, just enough extras, so for students that move in or something like that. Worst case scenario, we can always print because everything is also available online, so we could print out what we needed if something, grew legs and walked away sort of thing. The textbook is based in the NGSS standards, but that is part of the work that Bob will be doing with the teachers to make sure that we're meeting all of Ohio's standards. So I wanted to point that out because if you're looking through the samples, you aren't going to see the same titles as the Ohio standards, so I wanted you to know that we are working diligently to make sure that we're meeting Ohio standards.
What's NGSS standards?
The I was going to say next generation science standards. And those are more of a national.
Okay.
And then I did put a note there, at least for next year, we will be requesting approval of Gizmos, which renews in September. And the reason for that is we think there may be some simulations available in the new text, but because it's not available completely yet online, we told the teachers that that's something that we would be able to request, and then we'll evaluate by the end of next year.
And those simulations assist them for the state
They
testing
do, they're very
simulation?
similar to that, yeah, thank you. And the next part about experience science is it includes the 5E, which is really important in science. So engaging student curiosity, exploring a problem through guided inquiry. Students take an active part in the exploration phase and explain what's going on, like in their own words, not necessarily. They might not have the right understanding, but they're explaining it the way they see it. Then they will elaborate by applying their knowledge to something new, and then they will evaluate their learning and demonstrate their understanding. So that is something that we looked for in all 6 through 12 science textbooks, that we would have a similar pattern to that. Again, keeping in mind that for middle school students, especially having that common pattern of running through that is something that they would need. So I put just a few example screenshots, and Mrs. Hausman does have to share with you the actual online access for you to look at some of these yourself. But you'll see, so for example, each topic, it starts with what they call the anchoring phenomenon. So that is like kind of an engagement strategy, which Mrs. Hausman has been talking about with our BLTs and DLT. So this is a perfect fit with that. On the next slide, you'll see just an example. So for this topic, plate tectonics, anywhere you see that green check mark, those are the things that the teachers kind of must do. We want to make sure that they get those done. Those are the things that will definitely meet the standards. And then if they have time, depending on the class, they may be able to fit in some of the other things, but those are the things that will definitely hit the standards. On the next slide, you will see an example. I just did it all on the same topic. This is what they call their experience planner. And again, you can see those 5 E's and how they have designed it very purposefully. And then this is something that the team will go through with Bob to make sure that we're hitting everything we want to hit. Again, you'll see those green check marks on there. The next slide shows you the progressions and connections. So for anybody that has been through the OTES process, one of the things that we have to know is, what do students already know in order to be able to understand this, or do I have to build that background knowledge? And then why would they want to know this in the future? And if you've ever taught anyone anything, they may ask you that question, why do I want to know this? And so they just very clearly and explicitly lay that out there, so we really like that feature. And then on the next slide, you will see they always point out cross-curricular connections. So they're including writing, including vocabulary, they tie it in with math when it's appropriate, history when appropriate, and that sort of thing. And then on the very next slide, this is the end of the middle school, you'll see just a little bit, this is from the teacher textbook, and you'll see it's a preview of the topic, it shows the experiences, gives a little bit of teacher background, just in case this particular area isn't their personal, favorite thing that they've learned about forever sort of thing. It tells them how to prep. There are actually videos that teachers will be able to watch, like kind of a model lesson. Oh, okay, this is how that's supposed to be done. And then it tells them what materials they need. Part of the recommended adoption includes the consumable and non-consumable classroom kit, and then we will be using school fees to purchase the other consumables, and we have a super long list by each module that I'll be working with the building secretaries to make sure that we have what we need for the students to have those experiences. Any questions on the middle school?
I like the cross-curricular connections because of the return to teaming in middle school.
Yes.
And with what we have structured for middle school in the new building, I think it's just going to naturally encourage what we hope to happen with the structure that we've created. So I think that's really great.
Thank you. And one other thing I should note is that Mr. Glavin you've already approved his contract, so he's coming back next year, so he'll continue to work with the teachers, and then we can help support that as well.
I was also happy to see the writing in there, and then also the engagement of their curiosity to kind of personalize, and then also that they evaluate what they are doing in their work. That is so important when students gain that knowledge of what did I do well, what didn't I do, what could I do better. And I think that's really important. So I'm glad to see those things.
Thank you, Ms. Blake. Anyone else? Questions? Okay, so Mrs. Stedman is going to tell you a little bit about the process from the teacher perspective, and then we'll move into the recommended science resources for the high school.
I don't have a whole lot to add. I do just want to say that I think there were 3 factors that helped make this really successful, at least from my point of view, and one of those was the time that was given to us. We worked on this for most of the year, but as a group, all of us were given time together, full days, half days, and then we were given time to work with the material after we worked together. And so the time was really important. Guidance, Mr. Glavin was a huge help. He is fantastic at this process. He's already experienced in it, and he's great at moving us along when we needed a push. So he's been great. And then finally, something that wasn't available in the past times that I have been part of a process choosing textbooks, is the high-quality instructional materials rubric, and it was a way to focus us. And so Julie had mentioned it was a little tedious, and you know, at times it was, but it gives you the opportunity to really take time and think about, is this really the best choice that you're making? So.
Thank you. Okay, so as you know, because you approve the program of studies each year, we have a lot of science electives, and we have some requirements. So one of the requirements is biology. Miller-Levine biology, as I mentioned, we have had since 2018. It's actually getting a refresh. So we're keeping for this year our previous physical textbooks and getting online access to the digital. And then next year, they call it a rollover. Next year, they will send us what we have purchased in print text, rather than getting the print texts they're exactly the same, except one says Pearson and one says Savas. So they're holding on to that, and then we got a reduced price for the rollover, instead of having to pay twice for new materials. And for all of these, each of the companies are giving us the instructional materials for the teachers. It's included. And just a reminder for you that next year we're only offering biology to a small portion of students. I don't know if Mr. Smith is still here. I think we have 4 sections next year of biology for freshmen, and then no one else will take biology again until the following year, when sophomores who haven't taken biology will take it. So that also gives us a little more time to work with the new materials and that sort of thing. And then just a couple of quick shots from the Miller-Levine, the updated textbook. Again, it anchors in phenomena, so it is going to grab students' interest and engagement and that sort of thing. You can see they have some problem-based learning projects. They have case studies, which I think is really, I would have loved that as a student, to read an actual case study of something that happened. And they've got forensics labs, all sorts of things to help keep students' interest. On the next slide, you can see just a quick sample. This also, there's a section throughout the book called Careers on the Case. So again, when am I going to use this stuff? I don't want to be a biologist. I don't want to work in science. Okay, but that might be part of your job and you don't realize that. So it helps make those connections, and then helps teachers go beyond the classroom, helps to explore technology, because we know science and technology are so related now. They always were, but in a different way, but now they're just so interwoven. On the next slide, again, just some examples. So we don't use gizmos at the high school level, but there are online quick labs, inquiry labs, what they call dynamic resources. So just things where students can get engaged. But as I think we've mentioned previously, we are trying to get students doing more of the hands-on stuff. It's great that we have all this technology, but we also want them away from the screens, which is why we've been grateful also for the cell phones not being in the classrooms. And then also the other thing, the virtual simulations, that's something that's similar to gizmos, but it is actually provided in the Miller-Levine. The next product is physical science. So when you see the quote, you'll actually note that it says middle school, but the teachers have they probably spent several hours reviewing those standards, and we are confident that they will meet the standards that we need for the 9th graders. So the 9th graders who aren't in biology will be taking physical science, which is how it was, Ms. Bogdan, 8 years ago? 10 years ago. A little while ago. And so that will become, we previously had chemistry and physics, and now we went back to just this physical science for the other 9th grade students.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
The previous slide. These are online resources on the Engage. That's online.
Yes. So those are all part of the online access that students have, and this will sync. We already know because we've used it. Okay. This syncs perfectly with Google Classroom, so teachers can just assign an online lab. And the nice thing about that too is if a student is absent, instead of just missing out, they could potentially do a virtual lab as a replacement, so they can watch a simulation or see how it goes. That's one of the reasons the middle school teachers like that Gizmos product also. I apologize, I kept moving on. Any other questions about the biology? So this slide just shows you, this is something that's very similar in all of the Savas things. So each teacher has access, and when they click on those, they open up to more things. There's activities assessment, there's an ebook for students and for the teacher. We will have class sets, and then we did purchase some additional in case we have students that need to have a print copy at home or something like that. Practice, the presentations are all done for teachers, but they're editable because we know that there's no such thing as one size fits all. And there's teacher support, there's asynchronous teacher support where they can go on and watch videos to learn more about the product. And we also have scheduled on August 6th, the company is coming in to do some live professional development with the teachers. And then again, connection to career, engineering, hands-on labs, interactivity, virtual labs, and Quest. My comparison to a Quest is kind of like an escape room or something like that. They're maybe not quite as exciting as an escape room. And then the next slide shows you just a couple of things, like for a sample unit. You can see there's inquiry warm-up, which has more mass. There's the e-text, then there's an interactivity about calculating density, then there's a video. Any of those things that you see on there are things that teachers can either just pull up on their board, which isn't going to be a smart board anymore. What are those called, Mr. Hicks?
Interactive panel.
Thank you, on the interactive panels. And, or they could assign them individually to students, or they could do both. They could show it, maybe try something in class, and then assign it, or at least have it in Google Classroom for students to watch. The next text, also from Savas, is the Environmental Science, Your World, Your Turn. Currently, we only offer this to students who are in our career program, our agriculture program. And Mr. Musat teaches that. And as you know, with our career programs, we always have courses. We often have courses such as English or math, but this was a great opportunity for us to tie this into science and allow students to get a science credit, even though it's not technically a science course. And then on the next page, it just shows you, it has the same types of things because it's from the same company. And so you'll see all the same offerings. There's an anchoring phenomenon. You can see on the left the anchoring phenomenon. Each of those is something that a teacher would be able to click on, and you will too if you log into the trial access. The CER worksheet, that's claim, evidence, and reasoning, which is great for our writing because it gets students to think about what they know and then write it down and process it that way. And then, of course, the teacher's guide, and there is information there for field work. We want to get the students out of the classroom. Next, we have astronomy. So we're moving to McGraw-Hill, which is another publisher. We are asking that we have the McGraw-Hill textbook, and in addition, a text, it's not actually a textbook, it's just a supplement. It's National Geographic's Backyard Guide to the Night Sky. Mr. Szynski spent a lot of time looking at supplemental textbooks to try and make sure it's most applicable, because on the next slide, just in case you didn't see Mrs. Stewart's sharing, this is what it's going to look like in our astronomy lab in our new building. So we're super excited to, we're grateful to the community and the board for helping to support that, and we're excited to have materials that will help guide the students as they're looking through there. And I might even go in and learn a little something myself. And then the next slide just gives you an example from the backyard astronomy. Those are just a couple of things like your eyes at night, learning the constellations. There's a section on the eclipse, which we all got to experience last year, that sort of thing. The next thing that we are recommending is McGraw-Hill's, it's called Inspire Science, is kind of their theme there, and this one is chemistry, obviously. This comes with a product called Actively Learn, and Actively Learn is actually kind of like a current events for whichever topic. So they have it for more than just science, but teachers will be able to pull in, and again, assign or use as a class, ideas and topics that are going on right now. So last year, they would have brought in an article right from Actively Learn on the eclipse. There are activities, there are articles, again, having that reading writing connection in the class. On the next slide, you will see just some example I just did the very first lesson in the textbook, what is chemistry, and you can see we have the engage, explore, and explain, and so on. So it will be that same 5E process from 6 through 12. The next thing that we have for science is the integrated principles of zoology. So this used to be 2 courses. We used to have an invertebrates and a vertebrates course 2 or 3 years ago. We made it into 1 year-long course. And so this is the support for that, and you can just see a quick glimpse of the contents in brief. In transparency, that demo is a little bit more difficult to get into, and the teacher had the textbooks, so I wasn't able to get other screenshots, but we do have the textbooks here for you to look at. You can see on the next slide just a quick glimpse from the cellular metabolism. The learning objectives are right there that go with our work that we've been doing with Mrs. Hausman and with all of the TBTs and the BLTs and so on, and a couple examples there. Next, anatomy and physiology. Again, this is still McGraw-Hill. This is a very high-level course, and this textbook is extremely high-level. You can see on the next couple of slides just a couple of screenshots, but again, the standards are very clearly outlined. The vocabulary is there. There's a career corner, so a lot of the same attributes, even though it's not all from the same publisher. And then we have 3 AP courses in science that needed new textbooks. AP Physics, so we are asking for the National Geographic Learning, so it's the NGL Physics. Again, you can see right there, starting with those anchoring phenomena. So we're just keeping that rolling. The AP Biology, and then the AP Chemistry. And we did not do rubrics for the AP courses because the College Board is so stringent on what the teachers can use. We felt confident that if the book is able to be used by AP, that we would be able to do that. And then finally, our next steps. So I have a QR code ready to go for tomorrow for Parent Square, and people will be able to click to sign up on a time to come into my office and review materials. I'll help them. They're a little tricky to get in online sometimes, and we only have very few samples in physical. So Mrs. Hausman and I decided it would be best if I was able to guide them through that. And then, again, Mr. Glavin is starting to work with the middle school teachers. We're finalizing quotes for your approval on June 11th. And then we already have professional development scheduled for the middle school and high school teachers in early August. McGraw-Hill has several asynchronous options, but we don't have access until we have board approval and they know that we're actually going to buy. So once I have that, Mrs. Stedman and I already talked, and the teachers already know I'll be sending that to them, even though tomorrow's their last day. So if they want to join, they can. If not, they'll be able to come in early August. And then again, Mr. Glavin will continue to work with our teacher teams throughout next year to make sure that we are focusing on the standards, getting students what they need, keeping them engaged, and keeping them learning. Whew, I didn't cry that time.
That's a lot.
That's a lot. Science is a lot.
Yeah.
Any questions for any of us?
I just have one question. When we say finalized quotes, is there any concern that it won't fall within budget?
Oh, no, actually, I just got the final quote today, but I had already printed these. Okay. So Mrs. Hausman helped us get the shipping costs down from Savas, and under her tutelage, I made a similar request to McGraw-Hill, and I just got that quote this afternoon, and so we are well under budget. Our budget was $350,000, and I think we're at 336. Do you remember? Somewhere around 336. So we're well under budget. Yes.
Great.
Thank you. So I'm glad to have learned that from her.
Yeah.
Saving money, and then it keeps Mrs. Stoikoi happy, and I don't have to buy her chocolate.
Yes.
Any other questions or concerns, anything? So Mrs. Hausman will share you the online access. We have the print copies if you want to take anything, and she'll also share the presentation if you want to look more clearly than these. I didn't want to, it was going to be 600 pages to print all of this in full screen, so I thought
Sure.
we could share it.
Thank you.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Thank you all so much.
Whew.
Item E is Treasurer CFO's business consent agenda. Ms. Stokel.
Yeah, I'd like to recommend that the Board of Education approve all items listed in the Treasurer's consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
From last meeting.
Ms. Stokely, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Gomez?
Aye.
Mr. Harris?
Aye.
Mrs. Schaefer?
Aye.
Ms. White?
Aye.
Ms. Coker?
Aye. F is presentation of your forecast, Ms. Stokely.
You want to read her recommendation? We should get first and second before she presents.
Yes. It is recommended that the Board of Education approves and accepts the 5-year forecast as presented by the treasurer CFO.
So moved.
I'll second. Oh, okay.
Just a couple notes. One, I had I averted disaster in that the file that I sent you last week, yesterday decided it didn't want to open. Like my whole 5-year forecast Excel file. Didn't want to open, which I had already saved to PDF, so I was okay, but I had made some like grammatical changes and stuff. So I had to redo it all today and like copy and paste everything from the PDF. So there are no significant changes to what's printed. Just a few like grammatical and typo things that I caught during that. So nothing changing the dollars. Yes, thank goodness I had that PDF saved because I would have really panicked. I tried. So, there was one other thing I was going to say for this. I do not remember. Okay, we can get going. The actual forecast itself is available on board docs right now, but the presentation and the other items will be available on our under my section of the website tomorrow at some point. I don't know about the rest of you, but this weather has got to change. I'm so tired of the rain, and it's just not helping my mood. And this spring is awful. Okay, that cupcake earlier helped.
Were there sprinkles on it?
So I always include this because I think it's important. I'm not going to read it all again, but our district vision and mission and our new strategic plan goals that we have come up with, the CFS. So I do always include that as part of my forecast because this is the reason this is the document that kind of guides a lot of this. And as we talked about at the retreat last week, when she asked what areas do I touch of the strategic plan, and I said all of them. When it comes to finances, I think even more so now as we face different uncertainties and things coming up in the future. The purpose of the 5-year forecast. To engage the board and community in long-range planning, serve as a basis to determine whether we can sign contracts associated with continued operations, including negotiated agreements and other contracts, and to provide a method for the Department of Education and Auditor of State to identify school districts with potential financial problems, which, as we're aware, that happened to us in November and triggered us to file that financial recovery plan back in February, and then a new forecast in March, and here we are again with another one in May, as required. So a little recap. So this one is very similar to November. The years are the same. This year is the fiscal year 2025, represents the base year, and then there are 4 years out where future projections are derived from this base year. Again, included in this, not just the last document, so what if you go to DEW, excuse me. If you go to DEW and you look up a forecast, you're gonna just find like the numbers document in the actual forecast. There's another section, like a part 2, where it includes the notes and all the assumptions. So basically all the written dialogue, that kind of narrative that goes along with why these numbers changed or how we came to certain things. So they are fundamental to understanding the rationale of the numbers, particularly, again, significant increase or decrease, which we will see. So it's conservative in nature. We have a lot of unknowns, as I just mentioned. One being the state biennium budget. which is currently sitting with the Senate. It is out of the House, it is with the Senate. We're expecting sometime next week to see their version. Once their version comes out, then the House and the Senate will have to reconcile and give us something by June 30th. Although one time I do recall they had to file an extension because they could not get that done. So we'll see how it goes. So it's not only that one, but then 2 years from now that process begins all over, and that is part of this forecast as well. So right now we are trending toward a revenue shortfall beginning in the 5th year, with expenditures obviously growing faster than revenue. Based on this forecast, a revenue increase of 13% is needed to balance the budget, or almost 4.5 million reduction in expenditures over the course of the forecast. Again, and we always mention this, that we are remain diligent in assessing the need for any additional expenditures, especially when there is no offsetting revenue, and our cash balance, which we've talked about over and over since I've been here, about the importance of that and keeping that growing, or at least not have it decline, because it can erode our financial stability, which we've seen. So the forecast looks like this. So it is positive through 2028, and it is a little bit over 2.5 million in the red in 2029. That includes the assumption of one renewal levy in there. But you can see those balances, that blue line there, that cash balance, they're still pretty low. They're not significant, they're not where they were. So while there are positives in 26, 27, 28, we'll kind of go into how we got there and what that means.
I just think there's good news in the fact that, and we last passed new money in 2019, and right now we're projecting that we are making that money last a decade. That is not the average. So it's pretty impressive, and it reflects a lot on your work as our treasurer, that you're finding a way to make that money last for a decade, because that 4 to 5 years is the normal levy cycle.
Right now, it's actually like 2 to 3, given the recent economic conditions and the pandemic and inflation, and that it's kind of shortened to 2 to 3. Typically, before that, it was like a 3 to 5 year cycle, but it's even lower now, which is unfortunate. And as we'll get into in a little bit, kind of where the state wants to take us is going to make us even at the ballot, probably even more, unfortunately, which is not something I think any of us want to have to do, but we may not have a choice at the end of the day. So this is what it looks like in a numbers document, obviously. So you can see the beginning balances for each year, revenue and expenditures, and then that revenue surplus or deficit. You see in 27 there's a positive. That, as we'll get to in the revenues, has to do with the sale of the buildings, that one-time influx. But as you can see, compared to where we were in November, and you'll see this towards the end, that revenue that deficit has gotten a lot smaller than it was anticipated back in November, even in March, when we did the financial recovery plan. And those just show the amounts of the renewal levies, which are included above. So that's the cumulative amount of the renewal levies impact. So starting with revenues, you can keep going. So our two largest revenue sources, which will, well, I shouldn't say it'll never change because the state wants to make it change. But the two, I'm not like, it's not different anywhere else, are your local taxes and your state sources. So that's over 92% of our revenue. So 92% of about $60+ million comes from two sources. And so obviously for local taxes, our option that is through levies and putting those on the ballot, and the state depends on every 2 years the biennium budget and how money is given to schools. I mentioned the 9.97 mil operating levy is modeled starting in fiscal 27, and that Total revenue is expected to increase a little under 1%. Historically, it's increased 0.21 on average. Part of the reason for the fact that looking forward is that sale of the buildings, that one-time influxes kind of skews that percentage. But still, even with that in there, it's less than 1%. So we're not talking major dollars here and a lot of change on the revenue side, unfortunately.
And when you talk about sale of the buildings, you're specifically talking about Roberts and the high school.
Correct, sorry,
Yeah.
yes. Okay, so looking at real estate, so mentioned the levy. If the renewal, so it was originally approved in 91, so it has been renewed successfully each time since 1991, which in my mind was like, 15 years ago, but it's not. It's like 35. I mean, I'm only like 25, so
I was in this high school then.
But it expires at the end of calendar year 26. So for whatever reason, a renewal of that levy is unsuccessful, we would stop receiving collections beginning in calendar year 27, the end of fiscal year 27. So we can't assume that in the forecast. So if you look at the top line, the 1.01, you'll see a decrease overall in general property, in your public utility, in your state share. That is because we cannot assume the passage. It is modeled at the bottom to show the impact that it has up until it's passed. If it's officially passed, then it goes back up to its rightful place at the top where it was. So in that graph, so that those orange represent the renewal levy dollar amounts. So you can see it significantly gets a little bit more as we move out. So property in Summit County and everywhere, I shouldn't just say Summit County, but it is assessed every 3 years. So a sexennial reappraisal is performed every 6 years. So our last triennial update was in 2023. And that is when valuations increased by almost 26.5%. The next sexennial reappraisal occurs in tax year 2026, so next calendar year, for collection in the following year, because collection is always a year behind of the tax year. So while our property values, and you'll see a graph here next, have continued to increase, it's always important to note that they do not have really much of an effect on tax revenue for the district. So House Bill 920, which dates back to 1976, reduces what is called effective millage on voted tax levies, so that as property tax values increase, essentially no revenue increase is realized by the district. So the best way I can always say it is that if I pass a levy for $1 million, the pie is $1 million, and if everybody's valuation when we passed it was 500,000 and now it's $1 million, that pie is still $1 million. It's just getting split up differently depending on what your new appraised value is. We're not getting any growth on that. We're not getting double the money. The only place where we do see growth is on inside mills, which is unvoted tax millage, which is set by the County Budget Commission. For us, that's 4.9 mills. So not a ton of considering our overall millage rate, but we do see a little bit on that. There are also reduction factors that are applied. There are two classes. There's your class 1, which is residential and agriculture, and then class 2 is more your commercial industrial. So there are different effective millage rates for each class. So the total voted rate, so when these levies were passed, for instance, that 9.97, this renewal levy does not collect at 9.97 anymore. That is not the effective millage rate. I think the effective millage rate is 6 something, but the total voted was 9.97. So the total district voted rate is 76.4 mills overall. Class 1 effective millage is 33.4, and the class 2 is 45.98. There is a provision that reduction factors cannot lower total millage for each class less than 20 mills. For any school district, what's called the floor. We call it the 20 mil floor. We are currently not on the floor, but it is a hot topic because there are many, many districts that over the last few sexennial reappraisals in their counties have hit the floor. And so when you do hit the floor, you do see a little bit of growth because you have to stay at that 20 mil floor. You can't dip below it. that. So one of the things that after all of these valuation increases, they created a joint committee on property tax and reform. And so they were tasked with providing a report by the end of last calendar year. So they provided that report to the General Assembly in January 2025. And they had 21 different recommendations that could be taken basically to restrict local tax growth for Ohio school districts, mostly those that are on the 20 mil floor where they see more. So there are 14 pending pieces of legislation that seek to limit growth in several different ways. The worst, which would impact every district in the state of Ohio, they are seeking a limit to our ending carryover cash balances to $30 of prior year expenditures. And if you are over that, they would allow the county budget commissions to suspend voter-approved property tax levies and reduce them just within that year to bring you down under that 30% cash carryover. There are about 1 million things wrong with this. One being, all of my revenue and all of my cash carryover doesn't come from state funds and doesn't come from just levies. So there's one. Two, I can tell you county budget commissioners are very, very, very much against this. I can't imagine, I imagine it's hard enough, and then I can't imagine every year have to looking at school districts, figuring out who's over the 30, figuring out that year, just for that year only, that next year, what to reduce it, and then next year when they're under the 30% and then the tax goes back up, how they're going to answer to taxpayers. That's very confusing for taxpayers. It's a lot of work for them. It's a loss of local control. These voted levies, they were approved by the local taxpayers that said yes to this, and this takes away that control that we have. School districts are the only government agency that they've put this in for, so cities, townships, all of those, they don't have anything like in this. They don't have anything like this. It is only school districts. And it would be, you'll see a little bit later in the cash, towards the end when I kind of highlight that, how much and how many districts it would impact, because it really would. And so that's why it's important. What we're hearing is that some form of this is going to be in the new budget, whether it's 30%. What we're hearing right now is that there will be some sort of version of this, whether that 30% is increased, whether that language kind of changes, but that some version of this will stay in the final budget going forward, which is unfortunate. So we are obviously watching those to see how that could impact us. And I can tell you, just a few years ago, we had over 30%. There are a multitude of reasons why you might have over 30% cash carryover. And as you can see, in looking at the position we are now, due to high health insurance renewals and other items, we need that money. Had that been reduced, we'd be in an even worse situation than we are currently. And so this could just have devastating effects on school districts. I'll get off my soapbox about that, sorry. But this is just kind of an overall chart of history of taxation and what our effective millage has been and what our valuation. You can see, and I know it's a little small to see on here, but 10 years ago, valuation was about $725 million. This last year, it is over $1.1 billion. So that is almost a 50% increase in that 10-year period, if not a little bit more than that. And you can see the different percentage increases during those highlighted in yellow are kind of the sexennial or triennial update years there. And so this just kind of shows it in a different format, but for people who are visual, instead of looking at all the numbers, you can see how it's increased, which as we get to the section about state funding, you'll see how that impacts us negatively there as well. So just kind of going back to changes in property valuation and how they relate to property taxes and the inflation rate. So in those tax years, 20 through 23, there was a 39, almost 40% increase in property values across the state. There was only, though, a 14.4% increase in property taxes. So just because there's a 40% increase in valuation does not equate to that equal percentage increase to your taxes. And you can see that the inflation rate during that period of time was 17.7, which that increase to the property taxes is below that. And it is very confusing, understandably, so if you don't live it every day. But it is important to point out that, and I know many people assume that just, you know, oh, my home value went up 20%, so now my taxes are going up 20%. That may or may not be true. It just kind of depends on how you are compared to others in the pie, basically, because that pie is just getting resplit. Public utility, so this is tax revenues that are paid by public utilities. This is very small. It's a little over 1% of total revenues. And so it doesn't change. I mean, we're talking 50,000 some dollars out of 60. That graph also shows the renewal in there. This used to have a lot more money to it, but that is another tangible personal property. So basically kind of like the inventory in these places used to be able to be taxed and brought in millions of dollars of revenue, and the state phased that out as well. So now it does not bring in a lot. The state share of local property taxes, so this is your homestead and rollback. So it includes a 10% property tax rollback for all residents and business real estate. And then in the late 70s, an additional 2.5% rollback was enacted for owner-occupied homes. And then there are homestead exemptions that are available for qualifying taxpayers. So this is almost 6% of revenues. And then again, that graph, and it shows the renewal portion in orange. And I will always keep this next slide in there because I think it's important to note that again, another state legislative action back in 2013-ish. So currently the state share previous to 2013 and this House Bill 59, state share of local property taxes for those rollbacks and that you receive on your taxes personally were paid for by the state. So those reimbursements, we were not, we don't lose that 12.5%. That 12.5% is essentially reimbursed to us by the state. In 2013, they decided they didn't want to do that anymore. And so they said going forward, any new money levies, the local taxpayer will pay that 12.5%. And if you have any current levies, and if they were to lapse for whatever reason, so if any of our renewal levies, let's say this one that we're talking about that has been passed since 91, so it is currently being reimbursed by the state. If it were to lapse, for whatever reason, we would lose that reimbursement. It would shift what is now being paid by the state to the taxpayer instead. As long as it keeps getting renewed, you're guaranteed to keep that reimbursement. So that's why part of the reason, not only for continuity and voter fatigue and all those things for getting a lot of these levies the last few years to be continuing, is that we're locking in that state share reimbursement so that it never goes back to the taxpayer. They also made some changes for homestead exemptions. So basically, you were legacied in if you had one in 2013. Now there's an income portion to it, and so, and it changes with the years and different things, and so we don't see as many of those anymore due to basically higher qualifications in order to meet that homestead exemption. More rain, so I thought that was coming in today. Can't get enough of it. So my next favorite topic is the state portion of the budget. So this is almost 23% of total revenues, second largest source for us. So beginning in 2022 fiscal year, the Ohio adopted Fair School Funding Plan, where funding is driven by a base cost method that incorporates 4 different components, which are are basically your student population and demographics, property valuation, the personal income of district residents, and kind of historical funding. So they have certain caps if it's too much, and then guarantees that you don't fall below a certain amount. If you remember previous to this, there have been many different versions of things and how we're funded, but really it just relied on property valuation was the main thing. This kind of threw in a little bit more, so it wasn't so heavily reliant on just property tax. Another big change is how they defined enrollment. So previously, your enrollment was residents within your district, and if those residents then open enrolled elsewhere or went to a community school or this, you were funded for those students, and then wherever they went, then that money was charged basically as an expense to you, wherever they went. This formula kind of did away with that and said, we're going to fund you for the kids you're educating. We're not going to do this fund you up front, then transferring all this money here and there. We will directly fund the STEM schools, the community, which obviously took some money out of the pot for us, but you're not going to trade all this open enrollment, this and that. And that's why, so previously, as a little bit of history and why open enrollment, I think, has become a hot button topic all over the state of Ohio, is the way it was previously funded and was that, so I got my resident students, okay, and they're all here, and I maybe get, they say it's $6,000 a student is what the per pupil is that they're going to give us. However, as you'll see, because they factor in your property valuation and how much you can pay, no one really received that full $6,000. So maybe you received $2,500, which is about where we were, per student funding. However, open enrolled kids coming in, you received the full $6,000. And so that's why many districts did it, is because it was considered a money maker in a sense. Because you were receiving more for those kids than you were for the kids that lived here and went to school here most times. Now, on the flip side, if kids open enroll out, that $6,000 followed them as well. But for here in Cuyahoga Falls, it was a net positive for us. And so that was the whole purpose behind that. Now that you're getting funded for your open enrolled kids, everyone who's educated here basically, no matter where they live, where they came from, they're all getting that same $2,500 or whatever the formula works out to be for your district. It's different for everybody. So it's not necessarily as much as a money maker anymore compared to the way it used to be. And you can see that our enrollment, and I've shown this before, has severely declined over the last decade, to the tune of about 25% decline in enrollment over the last decade. So even back in 5 years ago, we were at almost 4,400. This year we're at like 3,750. So it's certainly taken, part of that was the pandemic, but enrollment is declining all over the state of Ohio in public schools. Some of it is due to expansion of voucher programs. Some of it is due to the fact that birth rates are also low compared to what they used to be. There just aren't as many kids as there was, 5 or 10 years ago. So when the Fair School Funding Plan started, it was presented as a 6-year phase-in. And so each biennium budget is only 2 years. So the first 2 years of funding in the plan was in the 22-23, and then they extended that plan in the next biennium budget for 24 and 25. It doesn't include any caps, but what they did was phase it in basically in percentages, which in fiscal 2025 they were at about 2/3. And then the next 2 years of the plan, the final 2 of the 6 years, were supposed to get us to the 100%. Base cost inputs, which we'll talk about in a little, remain at those 22 levels. And they remain that way throughout the forecast. In November, that was not the case. Not that it impacts us a lot because we're on the guarantee. However, that is obviously so far not happening with what is being discussed right now, that we took it back to just a flat. Those inputs are not increasing. There are a few guarantees. which basically says that you will not get any fewer funds in this 2-year period than we received in 2021. For us, we are a guarantee district, so when they do this formula and this funding for us, what it calculates to is less than what we received in 2021, but there are guarantees also in that legislation that we can't receive any less. So they supplement basically that difference for us. You'll see here because I was actually shocked when I did this based on kind of the numbers of how far into the guarantee and how little the state is going to pay us by the time we get to the end. I wasn't expecting that much, and I deal with it every day. I was so shocked. They've obviously shown little interest in equitably funding. The House removed the whole fair school funding plan from their version. They have nothing in its place other than you'll get what you got this year. So there is no plan, in a sense. Again, we haven't seen the Senate yet, but they have removed all of it. So what they come up with, I don't know, and I guess we'll find out together. But that will remain uncertain pretty much through the end of June. And so our funding status kind of depends on that. In the governor's proposal, he reduced public school funding by over $100 million. Part of his was reducing that guarantee. So as I mentioned, we're on that guarantee, reducing it by about 5% each year, so we would be losing money based on the governor's, although his did still have the fair school funding plan in it. So right now, we're just kind of flatlining it, hopefully, that we're not going to receive less based on the most recent House version, but that is subject to change. We'll make those changes, when they become available to us.
So, what year was it when DeRolf was passed and they said the state funding wasn't? I don't even know. I can't remember. It's been that long.
A long time.
A long time, yeah.
So base cost, and the samples on the side, which you guys are familiar with, kind of shows base funding for those 4 areas listed. That base cost example on the side, it basically says, because I know it's a little hard to read, but it basically breaks it down to those 4 areas. And so it'll say, you have, we think that there should be 20 kindergartners per teacher in a classroom. And you have 60 kindergartners. We will fund you for 3 FTE, 3 full-time teachers. Now, as I mentioned during November, there are a lot of variables to this. One of them being, we have 2 middle schools, we have 6 elementaries. So those 60 may not be, we may not be able to just have 3 teachers because of where they might be, where enrollment is, where it's high, where it's not, where they're saying this is what we're going to fund you for, but we may need 5. So those other 2 are essentially not funded. They would be funded by local dollars. But it is the same basis for everyone in the state is kind of that example, and that's how this all is calculated. So for us, so you can see our total calculated base cost this year is about a little over 32 million, and then it kind of goes down as the years go out. You can see the enrollment goes down, and the cost per pupil pretty much hovers around the same thing, but it fluctuates here and there, just depending. And so that is how they come up with that per pupil cost. So they say, this year it takes us $8,222 to educate a student in Cuyahoga Falls, based on all these factors and components, and then year on out. So then, that would be great if that's what they gave us, and we could just stop there, but they don't. So then they factor in basically, what does your local tax base, what is their capacity for their share of that $8,222? And so there's 3 different things. So they come up with a state share percentage. So basically, what percentage is the state going to pay of that cost per pupil. So 60% is based on assessed values, 20% is based on federal adjusted gross income of residents, and 20% on the federal median income of district residents that's multiplied by the number of tax returns, and then there are weighted values that are used for a local share multiplier up to 2.5% for wealthy districts. So for us, you can see and I'd like to point out on the most recent 3-year average. So now this formula assumes the most recent 3 years. So as those valuations go up, that number, that total valuation goes up. But when we're talking base cost, they're basing it on averages from the 21-22 school year. And so we talk about this a lot, and you'll see a graphic here that in a little bit that might better explain it. But we're using the most recent things that basically kind of ding us in this formula. Valuation is going up for everybody. You know, income is most likely going up slightly each year for people overall. And so we're going to use that 3-year average with the most up-to-date figures. But when we're talking about the inputs for calculating, okay, 3 teachers cost X, what does a teacher cost? They're basing it on averages from the 21-22 school year. And so our big push this last budget, if you recall, was to get those updated to those 22 levels, even though they're not most recent like the other ones. But as I mentioned before now, this formula is not even in there, let alone letting them update those base cost inputs so that their share is it's a little bit more of their share. So what it does basically is it shifts it to that local taxpayer instead of the state. So you can see our capacity, our enrollment, and then at the bottom, that's the kicker. That is they say of that 8,222, taxpayers of Cuyahoga Falls can pay $5,816 of that. We will chip in the other $2,406. And when you get out to 2029, and it's 8,244, they say taxpayers can pay $7,420 of that. We'll give you $824 per kid. So, and I think that is the minimum that they have. I think if I went back to look, because there is a minimum they have to provide every district, no matter how wealthy, that's the minimum. 10%. 10%. And we are responsible for the other 90.
They don't want to pay for
No.
public schools.
That's right.
That's what this all is.
That's how they're killing it.
They do not want it.
What percent change is that?
Jeez.
A lot. I mean, it's from about 25-ish some down to 10, but even that 25 is lower than it's been. You know, we were in the 30s at some point within the last couple years. So the next slide kind of shows what I was talking about a little bit more. So what has been updated? Property valuation, income, enrollment, which everybody's declining in enrollment as well. But that bottom one, those base cost inputs,
Did I do that right?
do not show the most recent as the other ones do, which is severely affecting that state share percentage, which causes the state to have to pay less of that per pupil amount that it's come up with. And what does that do to districts across Ohio?
Never guessed it.
When we only update certain things. So if we kept the base cost inputs at FY22, so for 2 years, so when they do it, they say this is what it is for that 2-year period. It doesn't change each year like all the other ones, and you get some sort of average. It says that. So in 2023, fiscal 2023, there were 326 school districts that were on a guarantee. So basically, calculated funding was not giving them as much as they made in that guaranteed year. When those inputs were updated beginning in 2024, that dropped to 182 school districts. So obviously the formula works if it is done as it is intended to do. And then you can see it slightly went up in 25 because we didn't change those. They stayed at 2022, but valuation went up, other things went up like that. So increased slightly. So if we were to update those base costs, which is what they did from 23 to 22, in 23, it used to be fiscal 2020, so 1920 costs. We updated them to the 2021 average cost. You can see how many districts went off the guarantee. And then when they weren't changed the following year, some went back on. And so it reduces, when we do that, it counterbalances that increasing local capacity and reduces the number of districts on the guarantee. They have no intention of updating anything that is going to reduce the number of districts on the guarantee or cause them to give more money to public school districts. To which, just as a side note, so last school year, scholarship spending for Ed Choice or different scholarships approached almost $1 billion. The previous year was only about $610 million. These are paid for by the state. So growth in income-based vouchers, because they lowered, technically raised, but lowered that poverty level. So in 22-23, about 23,000 students participated in an income-based Ed Choice. So they met the poverty level requirements. I forget what it was at that time, maybe 200%, and now it's 300, I can't remember. And it cost $124 million. The following year, so last school year, 23-24, almost 39,000 students participated at a cost of almost $230 million. I said that wrong. The income base and then the traditional Ed Choice, which would be the non-income base if you're at a failing school or things like that. Then in 2024, income base rose to almost 90,000 from 22,000 in 1 year, and $406 million from 124. And then the traditional did not increase as much, but it still increased. And there are a few other scholarships that are provided by the state. There's an autism scholarship, a Cleveland School Scholarship, and a John Peterson Scholarship. Those did not increase significantly. Most of it comes from the income-based school choice. So it rose to $155,000 and almost $1 billion from 83,000 students and $610 million in just the school year before that. There are not 75,000 kids that left public school and went to private school. Most of those kids were already there, and now we're subsidizing wealthy families, is what the state is doing. Because there was not that decrease on the public enrollment side to that tune in 1 year.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm full of good news, Patty.
Yeah, it makes a big difference who we vote for when we go to the polls.
It makes a big difference.
And I don't like to bring politics into board meetings, but it does matter.
They're making it political.
They're passing a bill that you can double up your vouchers now too.
And that's,
What does that mean?
Because
You
if
get
you're
more
on
money,
if
take
you're
more
on an
away from
autism or like a John
Yep.
Peterson,
Yep.
you can't use a traditional
Correct.
voucher, but
Yeah.
now you can double
Slap
up
them
those
together.
vouchers.
yeah, so.
The other side of state funding is there are some certain restricted grants and aid, basically, that are for specific categories. And the part of the restricted grants and aid, so that state share percentage that was calculated, which I said was like 10% at the end, is applied to these different restricted categories. So there are things like disadvantaged pupil impact aid, which used to be called economically disadvantaged, career tech, gifted, English learners, student wellness and success, etc. So once they come up with the base cost and they get that state share percentage, it is used in several of these calculations to assume a joint state and local responsibility. I don't know how joint it is. But as that increases and the state share percentage decreases, that restricted funding decreases as well. So you may look at like the actual, this portion, just the numbers, and go, oh look, our restricted grants and aid are going up though. Our our restricted grants and aid are going down. And what's happening is because we're on the guarantee, we can't receive any less. So it's just flipping from restricted to unrestricted in that sense. So if you look at the totals of those two lines combined, they stay about the same. Threshold cost is also posted in this category. Threshold cost is we can submit, there's a threshold for different categories of special ed students who may have excessive financial expenditures tied to them. And so we can submit at the end of each year basically what it costs to educate that child and receive a partial reimbursement back from the pot.
So if they take away the fair funding, which they're thinking of, that will go away with it?
No,
or
that was
will
something
that
that was
still-
always
okay.
there,
that makes
but
sense.
who knows? Because right now, it was always there, but the Fair School Funding Plan changed to increase what that pot was.
Okay.
And so what that looks like if there's no Fair School Funding Plan, I don't know. I don't know if that takes it back down and we'll receive less or what. So that is a kind of related. Another thing in the last biennium budget, which is full of great things, was the Science of Reading Initiative. So funds were provided by the state to support high-quality core curriculum and instructional materials that the state deemed were okay for districts to use. So there was a list. I don't know if many of you recall, but a few years ago, we purchased new K-5 ELA, oh my gosh, Fountas and Pinnell, over $1 million. We bought new curriculum, we updated it, over $1 million. And about a year or two later, they said, you have to go with one of them that's on our list. That's not on our list. You have to buy new stuff that's on our list. So we bought new stuff that was on the list. It cost us about $450,000. They gave us $185,000 to offset that. So we did have ESSER funds remaining to supplement the cost, but you can see how those kinds of things have impacted our forecast, where we basically threw $1 million away because the state said that doesn't count anymore, and then didn't do anything to try to make us whole in that scenario. Another part of that is that they had, there is certain professional development that must be met by the end of this year by all staff. And so there's a stipend for receiving that. They reimburse us for anything that is paid out to those staff members in whole, so there's no gain or loss to the district in that. So that at least they did in whole.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I won't go through these, but these are just kind of like how the different categorical aids components, some are unrestricted, some are restricted, but how they calculate those. They're ones I mentioned before. And so the next kind of just shows that overall, those dollar amounts, and you can see like right now we pay what is called, that should actually say threshold cost because they changed the name, but where it says catastrophic cost, that's like a charge off to us to like kind of fund this pot. Every district does it, funds that pot for that threshold cost, and then those are the dollars they have to work with. They take all the applications of people that submit, and they figure out like what percentage they can give to everybody of what they submitted, stay within that pot. So if you look, so this is basically everything that's calculated, which is a lot, so I won't go through each of it with you, but you can kind of see at the top what we talked about earlier with the per pupil base cost and what the state share is. We go to the next one. The line right here is kind of where I want to, guarantee line. So that is the amount that we're on the guarantee, like we can't make any less than that, so they have to supplement basically what the formula calculates versus what we're actually guaranteed. By the end of this, we're over $10 million into that guarantee, which means it's calculating about like $3 million, I think it is, in revenue from the state total for 3,000 some kids. Whereas you can see this year, we're at 1.7. Now, those guarantees are held flat. Like I said, though, the governor's proposal had a reduction over the 2 years to those guaranteed amounts, so we lose money in that sense. And then, yeah. So this is the total overall, what we're funded from the state. Couple things. Casino revenue is included in that. Again, people like, oh, where's all that money? Just like they ask where the lottery money is. Casino, you can see it's not a lot that we get. We get a per pupil amount. We get about $250,000, which sounds like a lot to you and me, but in the tune of a $60 million some dollar budget, it's not a lot. So I wish it was more. But you can kind of see the differences, and you see where I talked about. So while it looks like our unrestricted went up, almost $6 million, from this year to next year, well, our restricted went down almost $6 million. So there are very slight increases just based on different factors and valuation things, but it's pretty much held flat. I mean, we're talking not much at all. Last two categories for revenue. So this is basically everything else other than taxes and state. So we're talking pay to participate fees, rental income when we rent the auditorium to groups, interest on our investments, etc. You can see what used to be in this category in 20 and 21 was open enrollment revenue. Because we had to do that. So you can see that in 22, when the Fair School Funding Formula came in and changed that, it went down. I think our revenue was almost $4 million in open enrollment. Now, going out, it was like we were spending like 2.2 or 2.5 million, but for just the revenue, that's part of this. 3 point. Open enrollment revenue, you can go to the next one, it was 3.2. So interest income is projected to go down, obviously as our cash balances dwindle, so do those interest amounts that we have been lucky enough to have those cash balances and be able to take advantage of some of those high rates. So it kind of remains steady this year, but I do not anticipate it to stay that way, just because of our dwindling cash balances. We've been able to capitalize on what we've done to diversify with our different investment strategies. So we're going to do the best we can with what we got, but it's not going to be as much as it's been in the past. And then just a reminder, we talked about this in November, but the Medicaid school program is something that the district used to participate in. They had made some changes the former treasurer was not comfortable with. Frankly, I was not comfortable with. That included giving your personal social security and being held personally liable and all of that kind of stuff in order to participate in this program. Since then, in the last few years, we've talked to different people. They've got some different communications which kind of better explain things, and basically a lot of people had that issue, and so they've done a better job at kind of not being so like you're going to jail if somebody's doing something personally, and we're going to take all your personal income and properties and all of those things. So we are back participating. And so we've started to receive some sort of interim reimbursements, and then they'll continue to increase over the years as we get into the full school years. So basically the Medicaid school program allows us to receive reimbursement for costs with providing IEP services or ETR services to students who qualify for Medicaid. The news right now is that they are expanding that to include like mental health services potentially next year, which would be great, because as we all know, those are something that we've also dedicated some expenditure revenue streams to, and so if we can get reimbursed for a portion of it, even that would be awesome. But this is about 6% of our total revenues. Total other financing sources, this is where the sale of the buildings comes in. So typically, there's not a lot of activity here. We have excess costs, so 6 district compact kind of shares different employees. For example, we employ the 1 employee, but she services all 6 districts in the compact. So at the end of each year, we take the number of students that she serves at each building, kind of come up with a per pupil cost, and then we invoice those other districts for their share of her, basically. So those show up in here because they're refund of prior year expenditures. This is also where any advances or transfers happen at the end of the year in order to have funds not be in the red, so some of our grant funds and things like that. And then each year there's an offsetting expense from the prior fiscal year, so there's no gain or loss. It's just something we do to close our books at the end of fiscal year. But this is where that $3.5 million is reflected in 27 to account for the sale of Roberts and the current Cuyahoga Falls High School buildings. That 3.5 is their total appraised value that we received approximately. We're obviously hoping for more than that, given some of the location. Obviously this building is a prime location here, but that is obviously because we will be moving middle of next year to the 612 campus that is being built. So these will become vacant. Our hands are also tied by some other laws where it comes to who we have to offer school buildings to first. Shocker, it's like community schools and private schools, and before we can do that, and so we're kind of trying to, and we can only have them for so long, and they kind of force us to do it. So again, a lot of other laws that kind of restrict us from seeing any additional revenue, perhaps, that we might see on what you would call like if you tried to sell your house or something and have that. There's a lot more red tape. But that is a one-time cash infusion in that year, and so it certainly helps, but it doesn't overall change, the issue that we're having in that we're outspending the revenues that are not growing. And so it helps in that year, and that's great, but it doesn't overall really get to the root of what the problem is. See, I'm real happy about it. I have to sit outside in this like a couple times a week, so it's real fun. It's never a nice day when I have to sit outside. Expenditure side, so obviously our salaries and benefits, this is a people business, account for 75%, which is actually pretty low compared to most other districts, I will tell you that.
I was going to say, that is pretty low.
That is pretty low. And so historically, they increased about 2.41. So they're looking to increase 0.88%, also deceiving, because there are a lot of reductions. We are also completing a 2-building air conditioning project, so we're not going to have those year over year. So it looks like it's not really increasing, but those have an impact on it. So if you were to remove those, kind of from the equation, that would be a higher percentage, just as this 0.98 would be lower if you remove that $3.5 million, which are kind of those one-time anomalies that are happening, but it does skew that percentage a little bit. So the district forecast in November included a cash deficit in the third year, 27. So we were required to complete and adopt a fiscal recovery plan to remove that deficit. And so expenditures forecasted in the entire forecast are in alignment with that plan. And then obviously since then, in the last few months, as we've made decisions after we've had more retirees and resignations, and we get closer to moving into the new building, we've been able to do a little bit even more than what we originally had at that point in time. So we are always looking for different ways that we can save costs somewhere. And so, but also keeping in mind that education of the students, which is why everybody's here, is what is most important and what the focus is. So personnel services, or salaries, are a little under 50%. So we negotiated a 3-year contract that was last year, this year, and next year is the last year of our union contracts for all 3 of our unions. And so there was a base increase in the first year of 2% and 3% this year, 3% going into next year. 24 had a step restoration for those that had their step frozen over 10 years ago, and a one-time stipend payment. For 2027, matching what we had in the fiscal recovery plan, a base increase of 1% is projected, and then 2% in the last 2 years. And it includes the inclusion of steps each of those years. These are not guaranteed. Those years still have to be negotiated with all 3 unions, but they're using the forecast to show kind of the average increases historically given. Obviously, if we are in a situation where we are in the red, as I talked about in the beginning, one of the purposes of the forecast is to certify contracts. If I can't certify a 1% or a 2% or whatever it is, we wouldn't be able to agree to that. We wouldn't be able to do that. So those are just kind of there as to show the impact. So as part of the financial recovery plan, and I should put like a little plus because it's more than what we came up with in the financial recovery plan, we have reduced a number of staff positions through attrition, and then most recently we did a reduction in force of a few employees at one of our last meetings. But right now we're looking just in salaries at an estimated savings of over 1.6 million starting next year, just in not replacing some of these retirees or things, or right sizing where enrollment may dictate. And so that is a big, I don't remember what the number was in the financial recovery plan, but that is significantly more. And then in April, the Board of Education made the commitment to close an elementary school. And while that specific elementary school is yet to be determined, there is an estimated savings of about $850,000, which you remember was about half of the average. It's hard to come up with those real numbers when we don't have what building and how it will impact everything around it. And so that is a conservative amount based on the staffing in those buildings, which includes everything. We're talking secretaries, custodians, aides, teachers, so it's not just teachers. It's basically everybody that's in there that's to run a building. So right now, as we make further decisions, we'll be able to get to of which school, we'll be able to get to a more firm number as we see how those things shake out. But until then, it's kind of hard to determine what impact that'll have within the rest of the elementaries as well.
And I think that's important to note too, because previously the board's action was just that we would close an elementary school, but by voting for this forecast, we're really putting a date on it as well, because we're assuming the date within your forecast, so we're committing ourselves to that date as well by an affirmative vote on your forecast. Because if not, then it really blows up the whole financial projections.
It does. It does change them significantly. One of the other things you'll see an increase here is previously our preschool program was outsourced and managed by the Summit County ESC, so it is still held here. It's over at Schnee, but it is run by the Summit County ESC, and the way that it is charged on our books right now is considered a purchase service. We're purchasing that service for them to run it there. Bringing it back in-house where we hire those people are employees of not the Summit County ESC, those teachers and different people are employees of Cuyahoga Falls City School District, and we're running it. They will be getting paid, they will be on our payroll. Right now, none of the staff there are on our payroll, they're on Summit County ESCs, and so that will add a little over $500,000 to salaries. However, there's an offsetting reduction to what we're paying Summit County ESC on the purchase service side, which we'll talk about. in a little bit. And then, as I mentioned before about the restricted funding we get, there's an increase in this year only to account for those stipends for the science of reading professional development that was required, but there's no gain or loss there. And I've said all that other stuff a bunch of times, so I won't repeat myself. There's the visual for those that are visual. My other least favorite category. So employees' benefits, so this would be our retirement, Medicare, health insurance, workers' compensation. So these are a little over 25%. As a part of that reduction of staff positions, we're looking at over $900,000 in associated benefit cost savings. And in conjunction with the close of an elementary school, about $650,000 in benefits. On average will be saved beginning in the 27 year. Also associated, there are benefits associated with those preschool staff that we added salaries to, about $325,000. Again, there's an offsetting reduction in another category. And that's what it looks like overall. And then the biggest kind of impact that has had really to our forecast, if these last 2 years wouldn't have happened, we'd be in a lot better position. But this is why we need more than a 30% cash carryover, because things like this happen. So insurance has become, for everyone, but really for us, one of the fastest growing and really volatile costs for the district. And so despite our best efforts to manage that, there has just been an increase that is really unheard of. If you look at like over the past 2 years, what our like per member claims are, they're so they're so out of whack, which is why we know it's not something that's going to stay permanent. But we've had, unfortunately, so many people, whether it's employees or members of their, on the insurance plan, that have had significant high cost claims associated with them. And so we're talking 15 plus people that breach $250,000 in a year in their claims. And so that obviously has an impact. Obviously, reducing some of these people are no longer with us, unfortunately, in one way or another. We've been cursed with quite a few deaths this year, which is really unfortunate. It's not been great, but you can see how severe some of these cases, unfortunately, have been. And so last year we had to we saw a premium increase of 18.14%. And so our premiums increased that. In addition, we had a depletion of our reserves from about a $750,000 balance to negative $1.5 million. And so the district had to make a one-time payment of $1 million in 2020, in this school year, to refund that to an appropriate level. When last May, this changed and we got this, it had over a $7 million impact on the bottom line of the forecast, which is how we started in this whole thing in the first place. This year, unfortunately, those claims have not settled yet. And so we saw a 21.5% increase going into next year to medical and a 5% increase to dental. We are projecting an 8%, which is typically what we do project to reflect that trend. However, it's not higher for a couple reasons. One being there are many members that are no longer on our plan for whatever reason, so some of those high cases have come off. Two, in speaking with NFP, who is our third party that handles our consortium, and they handle many, many different ones across Ohio, and they told us, like, this is not, like, this trend is so far, your trend is so far over these past, like, this is not going to continue to be this way. It absolutely cannot. Like, no one else is like this. And so they've said eventually, it will settled down here, and so it should settle down here within the next year or two. And so hopefully it's not even that 8%, but this kind of puts us back to what we used to project. Hopefully, again, another large increase gets us to the point where we're funding it now at the levels we need to be, and then also with some of these, members coming off with the higher cases, that it kind of renormalizes to where. Now, overall, everybody is seeing an increase. We are not the only district by far. We are just one of the more severe cases, but every district in our consortium is feeling that. As I've mentioned before, Akron General got bought by Cleveland Clinic. Now it's Cleveland Clinic prices. SUMA now is like, oh, you're Cleveland Clinic prices, so we're going to raise ours. And so while they used to kind of, fight against each other about who had the better price and things, they don't have to do that anymore. And so that's one part. Another part is a lot of people did not go to the doctor during the pandemic. And so now that they're going back, so just visits and things like that are up. But many of them are finding, things that were should have been detected or could have been detected during that time, but either because of the shutdown or because they chose not to go, whatever it may be. Now it's progressed to a point where maybe it's a little more severe, it's a little more late stage in some of these things like cancer than it was. And that's not just here, that's the trends overall across, the nation in that. That's always insurance costs and prescription costs are out of control. I can tell you that, and these things that don't have, still have their patent and there's no generic. I mean, they just charge. It's ridiculous, and they can get away with it. So, and we have to pay it.
So we can go to Canada.
Yeah.
Or somewhere. Universal health care.
So purchase services, so these are all our professional, our legal, our nurses that we contract with Akron Children's, our utilities, et cetera. Is about 14% of our total expenditures. Again, 2021 are higher because we used to expense open enrollment out prior to the Fair School Funding Plan. There are other, you can go to the next slide. There are other costs that still stay here, College Credit Plus, which is where students, while they're in high school, can take college classes. Most of the spending in this category is driven by some sort of mandated or by the state or federal, or just even through different, legislative actions have impacted this. So expansion and creation of programs that are not directly paid by them, that they say, hey, you're gonna, like they used to, you're gonna give us some, can expose us to new expenditures. One of the rising costs that we do have, and everybody does, is while we strive to provide, a wide range within our own schools, there are sometimes instances where students require services and programs that we are not equipped to handle or that are available locally. And so then those students, we make tuition payments to other schools or programs that may have those things that they need so that they can receive that educational support. However, there's a growing number of students requiring those services. Those tuition rates are also rising because those different places, know that as well. And so that has become a notable increase in not only that, but some of our contracted transportation costs, because we still have to transport these students to these places. The addition of the vans this year has helped immensely. So while there is still high transportation costs, it has come down from last year overall because we've had the vans instead of having to take a whole bus or outsource it to a private company. Here's where I mentioned the preschool program. So there is a reduction. Last year we paid almost $1.2 million to Summit County ESC for the preschool program. And so while the forecast kind of assumes, in a sense, that it's going to stay flat, we are hoping for less, obviously, to run it in-house, but we do not assume any additional costs in that $1.2 million. That is part of many reasons why we decided to bring it back under our control, were the rising costs for that program through the ESC. And as part of the financial recovery, you can keep going because it's in everyone. In the next three categories, you'll see we enacted a 10% budget reduction for our budgets for next year. in these next three categories is really for all buildings and all departments. So basically, almost everybody and almost all the accounts in the district were required to have a 10% reduction for their budgets next year. Supplies and materials, these are your books, your consumables. So the biggest impact to this is textbooks. And so if you recall, as part of our financial recovery plan, we moved some things around in order to stay solvent. We pushed some things out to further years. So right now there are increases modeled in next year, which is when we will actually expense this science curriculum. So while we will order it and do all of that, we won't pay that bill until after July 1st. So it'll fall into next year. And in 2028, 29, which includes science, math, and English language arts. We talked about the costs for our ELA. And again, the financial recovery plan also impacts this category, 10%. Capital outlay, so these are your fixed assets, building improvements, paving, buses, vans, those kinds of things. It's a little over 7%. You can see in kind of beginning in 22, but really 24, 25, 26. Those are the addition of the air conditioning projects, HVAC projects that were at Lincoln and Richardson at first, and now are currently Preston and Price. Let's go to the next one, because I think, yeah. So obviously this has been, there was very little spent out of this before the emergency levy. We essentially use our emergency levy as a permanent improvement fund because we do not have a permanent improvement fund. And so that definitely also impacts us here because we do not have permanent improvement fund where we can move some of the expenses outside of the general fund. So you can see there are significant increases due to that air conditioning that I mentioned. Some of the major projects we did this year, we repaired the roof at Preston, Price, and DeWitt. We added 2 new vans, 2 new buses, some technology upgrades, and we did some parking lot paving and repairs where needed district-wide. So some form of these cost expenditures from the emergency levy remain forecasted through 29. If you recall, one of them, we had originally had 2 buses scheduled to be purchased every year. We reduced that to 1, so there is 1 bus being purchased every year. We had some vans or things that we were going to purchase this next year that we've said we don't need to at this time in order to submit that plan and be financially solvent with DEW. There's a little bit of a decrease once we move to that new building because as part of the levy that was passed to build the new building, OFCC requires districts that do not have a permanent improvement fund, which is us, they require them to pass a $500,000 basically permanent improvement levy that can only then be used on that building though. So we do have a permanent improvement fund. We do have money we have been collecting since that levy has passed. However, I cannot spend anything on it unless it is some sort of repair, maintenance, permanent improvement at the new building, which is not open. However, some of the things that are currently, being done that are repairs, maintenance right now in the high school and Roberts and Bullock, those kinds of things will be able to be paid for if they happen at the new building out of this permanent improvement fund, which is outside of the general fund, so it's not part of the forecast. And so if you also recall, in addition to the 10% reduction, we moved quite a few things. We had everything still that we had anticipated in the emergency levy plan. So there was another phase of the air conditioning. There were some more roof work and some boilers. But unfortunately, those have had to push outside the timeline of this forecast right now because I could put them in and we could do that as we would all like to. But we'd be right back in the position of submitting another financial recovery plan to DEW and just taking them back out. And so as much as I would like to be able to fit all those things in this next 3-year period, 4-year period, based on the bottom line of the forecast, it's just not doable at this time. It's not financially prudent.
Ms. Stokely, I appreciate all of this in-depth stuff. Would you be able, Not saying skip to the end because
No, I can't.
every
We're-
single
we're
part
just about-
is.
Yes.
I just want to leave enough room
I
for
know.
all of our other discussions
Yep,
that we have
yep,
tonight.
yep.
too. Thank you.
Government and debt, as you can see, that's the, we took out that COPS issue, so that starts hitting us next year. We have to pay 1.2 million per year. We decided not to go back to the taxpayers. And so we took out that loan in order to supplement the rising costs of the 612 building, but that does come with expenses later down the line. We talked about total. I'm gonna keep going. Those are, because that's very minimal, 1%. Those are just the other side of the advances. And that is just kind of the inflation change and where we're at. So revenues over expenditures, as we talked, so here's the comparison from the, hit it one more time. There we go. So the November forecast, you can see with the renewal levies showed, you know, it was a lot more red. It's a little slightly less. It's better. There are some years that are still in the red, but it is improved. The only area where you will see a difference where it's not improved would be this year. And that is only because because of the issue with tariffs and our concern that costs would rise, things that we had projected to spend maybe in July or August, which is the beginning of our fiscal year, we moved up to now so we could kind of avoid those costs before those tariffs potentially hit and increase our prices overall. So the average district in Summit County has almost a 33% cash carryover. So on average, everyone will be reduced. We are the 6th lowest with a almost 24% based on last year. 7 of the 17 Summit County districts had cash balances over the 30% at the end of last year, with about 3 more that were about at the 28.8%. So based on those proposals, all of those would have their tax levies reduced in the following year in order to stay under that 30% limit. Even though the Department of Education themselves say you should have at least 60 days cash carryover. And the industry standard is 25. We talked about in the beginning of what we would need to address that revenue shortfall, but you can see the difference between November and May. We've made some significant strides, including all that, but you can see there are some big components. There are the closing of a building, the sale, the reduction of a number of positions, and how that would impact a lot of these if they were not in this forecast. We would most likely be in the red still in that year 2027 if one or all of them were not taken into consideration. So our cash carryover position kind of shows, so 23, but you can see we go down to 9. We're at 1.5. We go back up a little when we get that sale, but then we're back to 2, and then we're to a negative, and you can kind of see the days cash on hand at fiscal year end. Again, positive, but not by a lot. For reference, one of our payrolls is probably about $1.5 million, and so our first payroll each year is July 10th. So we would have to have more than that, as a cash carryover in order to make that payroll on the 10th. And this, I think, if you vote on this, what happened? If you vote on this, that means that this is real. And that we don't have to work on ranges.
There we go. Wish we had that power.
And, yes, sorry for the length, but there's obviously
a lot to go
It's important stuff,
a lot to cover.
and we appreciate
We
it.
appreciate you.
Thank you for being the expert.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's a lot to digest.
It is a lot.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you,
I'll
very
call the
much.
roll while she sits
Yes.
down.
Thanks.
Mr.
Yes.
Harris?
Aye.
Mrs. Schaefer?
Aye.
Ms. White?
Aye.
Mr. Gomez, aye. Ms. Coco?
Aye. Thank you very much. Do you need a sip of water before?
No, I don't ever get to talk at home. There are 5 children and 4 of them are girls, so I just have to sit and listen.
I'd like to move to take a 5-minute break. Do I have a second?
Second. Yes.
Have to go to the.
Yeah,
You have to take
restroom
a
break,
vote.
yeah.
We have to take a vote.
Call the roll.
Mrs. Schaefer?
Aye.
Ms. White?
Aye.
Ms. Coco?
Aye.
Mr. Gomez?
Aye.
Mr. Harris?
Aye.
Okay.
5-minute
minutes.
break at 8:30. We'll come back at 8:35. Thank you. It's
No.
8:36 and we are back in session. Ms. Stoker, we are on Treasurer CFO's business, item 2.
I'd like to recommend the Board of Education approve the minutes of the special meeting of the Board of Education held on Wednesday, May 21st, 2025 at 5 p.m.
So moved.
Second. I think she wanted to come.
Yes, Mr. Harris did. Thank you. Okay, comments? Any comments or discussion? Okay, Ms. Stoker, would you please call the roll?
Ms. White?
Aye.
Ms. Coco?
Aye.
Mr. Gomez?
Abstain.
Mr. Harris?
Aye.
Mrs. Schaefer?
Aye.
Item 3, financial reports.
Yep. I'd like to recommend the Board of Education approve the April 2025 investment schedule and monthly spending report.
So moved.
Second.
You just went over all that, so.
I have just one question. Could you, I asked you about this in advance, but the One Red Tree account that we fully liquidated, can you just briefly
Yes.
mention that,
So
please?
the capitalized interest in Red Tree, we fully liquidated, though that was, the additional proceeds when we took out the COPS that we used for the first few years to make that debt payment. So it didn't impact the general fund until later. We are at the end of that. That money is now gone. And so that's why you saw in the forecast that it moved over to the general fund starting next year.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, thank you, Ms. Stoker.
Ms. Coco?
Aye.
Mr. Gomez?
Aye.
Mr. Harris?
Aye.
Mrs. Schaefer?
Aye.
Ms. White?
Aye.
Thank you. That takes us to item G, Superintendent CEO's business. Dr. Selica.
Thank you, Ms. Coco. It is recommended that the Board of Education approves all items listed in the superintendent's consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Yes, number of routine items related to personnel. We have some appointments and resignations and retirements, summer work, supplementals. You see a number of stipends there for various professional development items, and you'll see the science there, assuming that the curriculum is adopted, those teachers will need some training in that. So that is on there just in the event that goes through. We have some transition days for Sarah Sabatiki for preschool. We know that we have a lot of work ahead of us, and so we're asking for 10 additional days for her to work on preschool planning. And that will most likely, I don't know that would continue, but because it's our first year, we would appreciate some extra time for her. We also have our preschool curriculum that is listed there, as well as professional development associated with that. And then we have 3 items that I'll defer to Mr. Hutchon.
Sure. The Neonet agreement is, we are now hiring technicians through Neonet rather than directly. So this is just the remainder of this year for Grant Palmer, who is replacing Rob Meese. Renaissance Learning is a product, owner of a product called Nearpod that we've been using very successfully in 4th and 5th grade science for a number of years. It's simply a renewal of that purchase. And the service agreement with the EdTech Leaders Alliance is a renewal of that. That it supports us with data privacy agreement, and especially in the face of Sentinel 29 and enhanced requirements for compliance with data privacy agreements. They go out and help us seek data privacy agreements that are vetted through their attorneys and negotiate with vendors on our behalf. In addition to a number of other things, the best benefit for that service is the data privacy agreements. Additionally, they are subsidizing half of the cost of our district annual posted membership. So this will ultimately result in a $500 decrease to expenses over the course of the year.
Thank you. Okay. Any questions? Or comments? Okay, Ms. Stoker, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Gomez?
Aye.
Mr. Harris?
Aye.
Mrs. Schaefer? Ms.
Aye.
Oh.
You okay?
Sorry.
Ms. White?
Aye.
Ms. Coco?
Aye. That brings us to each superintendent CEO's business. Dr. Selico.
Thank you. I'll be really brief. I wanted to just point out that we had our graduation Talking to Kylie back there, yep, with her amazing speech at graduation, did a wonderful job. Such courage to get up there and do that, so kudos to you and congratulations to all of our graduates. Was able to make it around the district to every school in the last few days to see lots of celebrations and ceremonies and excited students for the summer and staff, I might add. Congratulations to retirees and thank you for to all of our staff. Thank you for this evening, all the work that was put into that, and I just appreciate all the work that our staff has done to get through another year. I can't believe it's year 3 for me. It feels like a year, but it just goes so fast the older we get. I keep saying that. And then I would just point out for all of you who have survived this far, because we're still not even near completion, but there are some cupcakes that I'm offering. Students, Kylie and others, if you guys want to help yourselves to cupcakes. That was dinner I had to cram in between the 5-minute break, so thanks for the 5-minute break. That's all, thank you.
Thank
Enjoy
you,
our
Dr.
summer,
Sullivan.
everyone.
Okay, that brings us to item I, board business. Number 1 is policy, first read. It is recommended that the Board of Education approves the agreement between, I'm sorry, I skipped over. Number 1 is just the policy first read.
You want me to hear this policy?
Yes,
committee?
please,
Yes.
thank you.
On behalf of the policy committee, we're bringing forth 4 policies: JGD, student suspension; JGE, student expulsion. Both of these have very minor changes. It just allows, in the absence of the superintendent, for them to appoint a designee. We ran into this when Dr. Salko had her medical leave earlier this year, and it's on the advice of legal counsel we make that change. JN is students' fees, fines, and charges. We're taking out late return of borrowed books or materials from the school libraries is subject to appropriate fines. We don't charge those fines anyway, so this is just mirroring policy with practice. And then we're adding 2 lines that also will mirror policy with practice. The treasurer retains the authority to waive fees in extraordinary circumstances. This is a practice we have in our district, so we wanted to have that backed up in policy, and that families may contact the treasurer's office to set up a payment plan if needed. Another practice that we have that we thought should be in our policy. Lastly is a new policy, behavioral threat assessment. We're waiting for OSBA to give us a letter coding for it. This came from Mr. Elder and his team, the student services department. We thought that it would provide additional transparency to our families on how we assess behavioral threats when they come in. When we get a report to that anonymous reporting line, how do we assess those threats that come into us, and what do we do with them? So this policy provides a lot of transparency on that, while at the same time not detailing anything specific that would jeopardize the safety of our district. So those are the 4 policies we have for first read.
Can we have hard copies in our board packets this Friday?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cortez. That brings us to item 2. It is recommended that the Board of Education approves the agreement between Midwest Installation Group and the Cuyahoga Falls City School District.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion?
I could add, I know
add to
Mr.
that?
Bagatti's out this evening, but this is the contract for our moving company that would come in. They are recommended through the Ohio School Council. In talking with some colleagues in other districts that have used them, they've been very pleased with their work, and I think the quote is very reasonable. And so they have worked with schools. They're going to come in and actually meet with our staff ahead of time, which I think is amazing, that they'll come in and answer their questions face to face, so it's not a third party. And so they're well versed in school moves, so I'd like for you to consider that approval this evening.
And they're even moving all of the pianos. as
That was
well.
gonna be my
So,
question, are they moving everything?
yeah,
Yes.
Everything,
It's
yeah.
everything.
Yes, which is a big savings, because moving pianos is not cheap.
No,
That's great.
not at all. Any other questions or comments? Ms. Stokoe, do you please call the roll?
Mr. Harris?
Aye.
Mrs. Schaefer?
Aye.
Ms. White?
Aye.
Ms. Coco?
Aye.
Mr. Wilks?
Aye.
Item 3 is discussion on our board retreat that happened last week. And I'm going to just defer to the other board members that were present, just to speak a little on what you gained from there. And I'll start with you, Mr. Harris.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought it was a great opportunity to, again, I always enjoy our retreats. Allows us to roll our sleeves up a little bit, have a little bit more in-depth conversations with one another. Ms. Key's right. I was glad to have her back. The biggest thing, and I say this every time we have a retreat, is the first thing we do is she reminds us of the work we have already done to set, obviously, that agenda. And one of the things that she did remind us of are our board norms that we did put together and spent a lot of time on in a retreat. Ms. Coco, I know you and I had a conversation about this, as did some of the other board members as well that were there, but getting those adopted, so that is something that we can follow going forward. So I was glad to have that conversation. And then, and I'll say, I know you all have other things to say, but the strategic plan, reminding us to use that. We have it, and that is our guiding light here in the district. So, and I know that we are looking at ways we can bring more attention to that within our agenda. So, but no, I thought it was a great opportunity to come together, and I'm very grateful for that. So,
thank you, Mr. Harris. Ms. Schaefer?
I was gonna kind of say almost the same thing you did. One of the things I appreciated about the retreat was the way that we sit. Right when we're at regular board meeting, we're sitting here and we're facing out and we're like speaking out, and so it's hard to have a discussion amongst ourselves. And it's our meeting, it's a board meeting, and it's hard to have a discussion amongst ourselves. So when we're at the retreat, the way it's set up, I think is a bonus also, because I'm looking across the table at other board members, so I can have a conversation with a board member. So off the top, I appreciate that. So it makes it easier to have a conversation. And then we're talking about the strategic plan and relating it to everything I do. This is our work. This is how we relate everything that we do. So when we were talking about that too and relating it to topics that are on our agenda, that kind of, at first I didn't understand where she was going with that at the beginning. And I was like, I don't get what you're saying. So she kind of made it easier for me to understand that. So I did get it at the end, and I appreciate it a little bit more. And also, and actually, so just a minute ago, this is a good example. Just a minute ago, Ms. Coco, when you were coughing, and so Mr. Gomez, he was like, I'll go ahead and read that for you. That was a good example of sometimes I do not have the confidence to speak on something that I should be able to speak on, and I can speak on, and I might not want to speak in front of someone, and I should, because I know. So I'm going to just do a little bit better at that now and try not to defer when I'm going to say something that I want to speak on the agenda, and defer to someone else and go ahead and be more of a leader and less of a follower. So that was one thing I got out of that. Everyone, even if I'm not a president, I'm not the vice president of the board, everyone on the board is a leader, and I'm going to try to do more of that.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ms. Schaefer. And I will also say with our strategic plan that you taking over while I was in the back hacking was a display of culture of caring. So, okay, Ms. White.
Well, pretty much the same thing. I did appreciate being able to go, and especially just to discuss with my colleagues. We don't get to do that as much as I'd like to, and it's really enjoyable to hear their opinions and listen to their ideas and things that they come up with. They're all talented in many ways, and very intelligent and gifted in their own ways, and no one should feel less. I'm just a teacher. I don't know a lot about finances, but I know a little something about education. But we all have something that we bring to this board, and I just respect all of you very, very much. I did too, I forgot about the strategic plan and how we should bring those up more in what we're talking about in our discussions. So I thought that was really worthwhile. as well.
Thank you, Ms. White. I would just like to add, like Mr. Harris said, the board norms, and I'll discuss that maybe a little bit more in our future agenda items as well, but I think that it was a good reminder of what we had all set at one of our previous retreats. And then the lens of effective governance. I personally, as president, got a lot out of that as we were each going through on what stuck out as important to us. Just because we are 5 very different people up here, and we're all effectively governing, but we might not all have the exact same lens of what's the most important out of those. And I think that's a good thing because it shows the diversity that we have up here, and that it's good that we are 5 equal voices, and that we don't necessarily all even have the same opinion all the time, because that's not what it's supposed to be. So I was appreciative of that. And then with efficiency also, looking to be more efficient and working to get a calendar of the presentations. I mean, we do that where every March we get a presentation on this, April, but kind of aligning those with the strategic plan and putting those in place so that we can have efficient meetings and be as effective as possible. So I did like that as well. So just thank you. I did want to quickly address one community concern that has been brought about the board, and with the concern with the budget and us spending money on the retreat. And so I just wanted to note that with the board retreat, our budget that we approve every year is $20,000 for board development, and that's everything from the trainings that we go to, which are quite a few, and I always commend that we have a board that does spend their own time going to these. A lot of us are taking PTO days to do so. So that's expenses that we have throughout the year, and with that approved $20,000, our projected amount with this board retreat would run roughly $11,300 for the year, and that would be for this fiscal year that started. So we are well below that 10% that we've asked everyone else to cut. So I just wanted to be on public record, letting everybody know that.
I have comments about the board retreat. One, about what you just said. Our budget doesn't go off the fiscal year by Ohio Revised Code. It goes off the calendar year. So I think that's a bit of a misnomer. Further, I think it's nice that you talked about the strategic plan, but in the notice of the meeting, the agenda of the meeting, the minutes you approved of the meeting, it doesn't say that you talked about the strategic plan. So what notice was the community that may have been interested in hearing a discussion of the strategic plan, given that the board was meeting at Neonet to discuss the strategic plan? So I think when we talk about the need for transparency, which is something that our community wants a lot in this process, I think that was a failure. And lastly, when we talk about efficiency of meetings, it's almost 9 p.m. now, and we haven't gotten to the one topic on the agenda that the majority of the community members present are here to hear about. So.
Well, Mr. Gomez, I would just like to say that as far as the strategic plan, you mentioned the agenda in the last board meeting and brought up the strategic plan. So to say that it was not brought up publicly, that would be a misnomer. And fiscal year or rolling year, the only thing left for us to spend money on will be the OSBA convention, which is the same amount, whether it was last year or this year coming up. And with efficiency, I do agree we need to be more efficient, and that we need to be more cognizant of people's time that is here, that are here, and for us to be more effective in our meetings, which is part of the reason that in the retreat we spoke about efficiency and making it more efficient moving forward. So thank you.
If it wasn't for me mentioning that you had planned to talk about the strategic plan, no one would have known. And the fact is, it was not on the agenda. So you can say the secret agenda that was proposed, but it wasn't on the actual agenda that was approved by the board at the meeting.
We're going to move on now to our next item. Thank you. Item 3, discussion, I'm sorry, we already did that. We are on item 4, which is our elementary closing criteria and process. Right. I think we should start this discussion with the criteria. I know that the goal of this evening is for us to be able to discuss with the data that we currently have, where each of us as a board member stands in our current thoughts on which buildings are possibly ones that would be I don't know if I'm saying this the right way, which elementary schools we may need more data on, or which ones we are confirmed that we have enough data on to discuss as either an option or not an option to close. So I would like to hear from all board members on this. I think that it's important that we all have a chance to speak on where we are in this process and how we can move forward as quickly and efficiently as possible.
Let me start.
Sure.
Perfect. First off, thank you all for being here. Just want to let you know we see you, we hear you, your emails, we read every one of those, and we sense that passion and those concern, and there's the same passion and concern all of us have up here. So just thank you all for being here, and just this is what we expect from community members. So thank you. We really appreciate it. With that said, let me back up to the passion and emotional attachment to this. Now, we all here pride ourselves on our different perspectives. And my perspective here on this board is one of an outsider. I didn't come up through Cuyahoga Falls City Schools. I wasn't born and raised here in Cuyahoga Falls, so the emotional attachment a lot of my colleagues have, they went up through these buildings. You know, they were born and raised here. I don't have that same attachment. It's not saying this is not an emotional decision for me. It is. You know, anything involving our students and staff, you know, it's in our community. These are very emotional decisions, but there's a lot of other attachment, emotional attachment with a lot of my other colleagues up here. So where I am standing, I know there are some folks here who are going to give you school buildings. I'm not going to do that. That's their prerogative. I think that's a discussion for another time. But where I'm landing with what I'm looking at is a lot of this enrollment. I'm looking at the enrollment projections. I'm also looking at cost upkeep and future maintenance costs. And I do appreciate the administration, Dr. Selico, everyone for getting us a lot of the data we do already have. It's been super helpful. The live document you all have been keeping to you know, that we're looking at right now gives us the achievement, our enrollment, all that other data. It's been very helpful. And so going back, I'm looking at the whole financial piece of this, where we are, again, cost upkeep, future maintenance, looking at those enrollment projections, the capacity that goes along with that, and then lastly, the transportation and busing issues as well. So I just want to let you all know what I'm looking at currently as it relates to the data. Again, I have some ideas in my head, but again, I'm not ready to share those personally. And Dr. Selico, I wanted to, we talked about the GPD possibly with, there were some concerns about getting some more possible data out there. I didn't know if that was something we were planning to move forward with as a board. But I know that you said that there would possibly be some comparable data as it relates to that. So I didn't know if that's something we would be moving forward with as a board. I know that was brought up that we would want some outside data possibly, or an outside company coming in with fresh eyes on this. So I would be curious to see that data as well and compare it to what we have too. So, but that's where I'm at right now. And again, I'm up here to listen. I'm up here to learn from my board members as well that have come up through these buildings. And I will add that to my own notes here. So, but that's where I'm at, and I'll chime in with the discussion as we go along.
Ms. Schaefer?
So today when I was thinking, and then also when we were receiving that presentation today about how they evaluated the science system and they had a rubric, and then I was kind of thinking about that, maybe we should develop some sort of rubric of what we're looking at, so that we're taking out the feelings, I went to Richardson, I sent my son to Preston, I went to the Silver Lake tree lighting, I like the memories and everything, so I'm taking all that portion out, but I'm looking at facts and figures, and I'm looking at like numbers and data only, so I'm looking at like a rubric type. That is my thought, and I know that we've kind of already started looking at that, but we'd have to assign a value with that. I know some factors are bigger than others. Can we even put a school on that site? We've put air conditioning in these buildings. We've spent a lot of money on putting air conditioning in some of the places. There's a lot of so many factors to look at, that if we don't assign a value to them, I can make 10 arguments for or against really any school. I mean, you have to assign a value to what is important and what we're looking at. If you can't put a school there, then when we rebuild, can we put a school there when we rebuild? Are we gonna put 4 schools? We're gonna put 3 schools in however many years? I mean, there's so many factors.
So, am I hearing you that you're not ready to you're saying that you need more to make a decision on potential school?
So is that the purpose of tonight, is to narrow down to X number of schools?
No, I'm just asking at this moment.
Do you personally need more
Do
data
you-
to make your decision?
It's everyone.
I'm here for
As
a
as
discussion.
a board,
I mean,
we're here for a discussion. If we were to get to that point, we get to that point. If we don't, then we need to decide what we need as quickly as possible to get to that point.
I think
and
we
as
have a lot of
accurately as
data.
possible.
I'd like the I'd like that GDP report too, though, just to see.
It's so much information at one time. For one person, for me to go through all of this by myself without discussing it with someone, it's much, I would rather have a conversation with someone and discuss things out loud than try to figure this all out by myself and then come out and just say, this is what I've decided. I need to have a conversation and hear what other people think.
Well, and that's what we need to be doing as a board, because this is the only time that we can all do that together. Is have that discussion. And that's why I'm asking for each of your feedback. And then open up to more discussion so that we can get to where we need to get, because I want everyone's voice to be heard with where right now we're at, and then let's see together, discuss where we can, land on to move forward with an efficient and productive timeline for wherever we go. So, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah. Ms. White?
Well, I took a look at all this stuff today, and it's really difficult, but I kind of did a rubric in a way. Now, I didn't put everything on here. Mr. Harris reminded me of the conditions and maintenance, so I did leave, we could do better than what I did here, but achievement ratings, enrollment, acreage, open rooms, location, to me is important, age of the building, and so there's a lot of things to think of. I did grow up here. I attended Price, and my children attended Price. My grandchildren went to Silver Lake, so it is hard. It's a difficult decision to make. But as I was just looking at those few things, there is one school that stood out, and that is Richardson, as one that we should keep, because it meets all, it does well. It's a 4 point in achievement. Enrollment, it's pretty 275. It's smaller than Price, DeWitt, or Lincoln, but it meets that of the top 4. Acreage, it does have 10 acres. Richardson, it does have some open rooms, 3 to 4. The location is really good, I think, on the west, beyond State Road. And then the age, it's not that old. It was, well, it could be, 1951. So, but, again, it meant a lot. But from there, I was just torn because there's so many that, Silver Lake has a 4-point achievement, so does Richardson, so does Price. Enrollment, DeWitt, Price, Lincoln are up there with Richardson. The Acres, there's Preston, Lincoln, Richardson, and Sill. And then open rooms, Lincoln has 6, Richardson has maybe 3 or 4, Preston 3, Silver Lake has 2. And a location, Richardson, Lincoln, Silver Lake, Sill sites are what I have always said that I would like to see because I think they're kind of on the opposite extremes of Cuyahoga Falls. The age of the
Which
building.
ones are on opposite extremes? I'm sorry.
Well, now remember
hear,
that
sorry.
I am like Dr. Selico. I am very special needs when it comes to directions and locations. I go, I'm sorry. I know, but I'm sorry. It's just, for me, even though I went to this high school as a kid, when I first came here to teach, I was like walking all the way around just to find my room, and I couldn't figure it out, but I finally did. But so I didn't mean that as a, but anyway, for me, it was looking at, where over there beyond and over this way and this way. And what I figured was north, south, east, and west. Now, I could be off, that's for sure. But that's why I like those 4 areas. Age-wise, DeWitt, 68, it's the newest. Price, 53, Preston, 58, Richardson, 51. So it's really hard to come up with ones that are, other than Richardson, I believe we should keep for many, many reasons. It does well in achievement, and it's a larger one. Not as large as Lincoln or DeWitt.
But you're not keeping it for parking reasons.
That could be. I don't know. See, now that's something that I didn't look at. So
Their parking lot
and
is
like
abysmal.
the facility condition and maintenance, I did not kind of look at because I ran out of time. This was time consuming. But I just like to see the GDP as well. And I'm not sure. I'm trying here, but it's difficult because when you've lived here all your life. I've lived half my life in Cuyahoga Falls and half my life, 35 years now in Silver Lake. It's really difficult. It's very difficult decision to make. So I'll just go from there.
Thank you, Ms. White. Mr. Gomez.
Yeah. 3 things. One, the GPD report. If we're going to do that, there's a benefit to having less buildings when we go to them because the more buildings we send to them, the more expensive it's going to be. So that's one point I want to make about that. Second, we need to think, are there going to be additional data that they're going to give us, or are they going to look at the same data we already have? And then third point about GPD, how long would that take? And fourth point about GPD, are we doing that because we want someone else to look at the data, or are we doing that because we want someone else to make the decision? And then second, not to get ahead, but just some of the risks as we keep trying to want to delay having more specific discussions. I appreciate Ms. White getting very specific. We voted on that 5-year forecast, which kind of locked us into a date. Private schools enroll in January, and private schools have the benefit of the voucher. So the longer we wait to make this decision, the more uncertainty there is in more areas of our community, and the more risk we have that we're going to lose even more elementary students because people aren't sure what's going to happen with their student, and then they're going to take the voucher because those private schools are very aggressive with marketing, and they enroll way, way early. In January, they're asking for signature commitments. So we need to be very conscious of how aggressive the timeline is, because if not, we're gonna lose a lot of students. And when we lose more students, we're gonna be back in the same financial pickle that we found ourselves in. So just those sorts of risks. I know we're gonna talk about process later, so I don't wanna get too far ahead of that. And then to where I'm coming from. I'm thinking about what are viable sites to build schools on. And so I did go to this district. 2 of my buildings will be gone, Bullock and the high school. And so I understand there's a lot of emotions attached to this situation, but I'm committed to not making an emotional decision because I don't think that's good for anyone. So we know Price and DeWitt are not buildable sites. So I think we should have a conversation about those 2 buildings. I think there are things that could be said for both of those buildings to the positive, and I think there are reasons why both of those buildings should be considered. And I can get more specific, but I'll wait for now. And then the third one that I would list is the last remaining building I attended, Preston. And the reason I list Preston is because we have the Sill site still. And so if I'm approaching this from a buildable site perspective, we have a little bit over $1 million sitting there at Sill. And if we kind of think that's our buildable site on the east side, then we have to have a conversation about Preston, because then that is no longer our buildable site on the east side. And with our financial position we're in, we've got that $1 million+ sitting at Sill. So that's why I bring up Preston, even though it's the last school I went to, that'll be still standing. Well, this one will be standing probably after we sell it, but the last school that I attended that the district will own. So those are my 3, and those are my reasons for it. I'd be sad to lose the last school I went to, but I want to make the decision that I believe is in the best interest of the district. And so I'm willing to talk more about my reasons, but I'll just leave it at that for now.
Thank you, Mr. Gomez. I do agree with that, with being locked in with the approval of the 5-year forecast, and that we need to be looking closely at a timeline and not and really do what we need to do tonight to try to lock that in. And I'll have Dr. Selico in a minute comment on GPD if that's where we're deciding to go after this. And thank you both, like everyone, for your comments and input on everything. I too think that if we were to use GPD, that cost-wise, first of all, if we were not doing 6 schools, would be a substantial savings to the district to do this. So I do agree that we need to look at possibly bringing it down to a lower level of schools that we would be considering before we ask GPD with the current data that we have. And for me personally, the criteria with buildable sites, looking at the land that we have, and then also looking at specifically along with that, the open amount of classrooms we have that we would be able to put students and have the room with their current enrollment. For me, would 2 that I think I would take off the table as possibles would be Lincoln and Richardson, because of the large acreage that they have. They're buildable. We have other ones that are buildable as well, but when you look at the class sizes and the open space in those buildings, to, if we were to talk about the other 4, having either of those, we would be able to handle capacity of movement of students. And I think that that's a big part of this. So for me, those 2 would be ones that we would not be looking at with the other 4. There's a lot. I'm not willing to go below that personally without more data, because there is so much with other buildable sites, and we need to look at the other buildings that are buildable sites and how that would play into things. again, are we building 3 schools? Are we building 4? Can we get funding for 4? How big of schools can we do? Can we do 3 schools that are large enough on certain sites to actually have the capacity for all of our students?
Is there a regulation that they have to be the same size? If we, like, say we
No.
got funded for 4 schools, so they have to be the same, 4 of the same size schools?
Yes, go ahead.
In talking with GPD, and I can wait till you finish if you'd like.
No, you're fine to lead in. That was
You
the
sure?
end
sorry,
of
I
my,
didn't-
no,
okay,
no,
thank
you're
you.
good.
Alright.
Thank you.
So it's kind of twofold. So first, let me just backtrack and say how we arrived at the GPD discussion. So I thought my directive was to explore an outside agency to ensure that the data was reliable, valid. It's not an internal person doing that work. That's the message I kind of received and thought, so which is why I set up a meeting with GPD. We had 2 options through Ohio School Council, GPD and I forget the other, we talked about this, Fannie.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and we agreed that we would eliminate them and that GPD would be the person that we would explore. So I met with Ms. Doikoy and Mr. Woodard, who's here, met with GPD just to like kind of feel them out and tell them the information that we had. And thank you, some of you gave me some good suggestions that I know I overlooked in thinking about what criteria would be used. But what they shared is to address the 3-4 building. The gentleman who works for GPD now is a consultant. He used to work with the state through OFCC, so he knows it intimately. Like, because I know in previous projects I worked with this gentleman. And he was the one who we worked with all the time on these things, and he said that we don't know if we'll be funded for 3 or 4. His guess is that it would be 3. And so the way the state works is that they work solely on numbers. Right, so what we think, and even in my previous experience, some of the suggestions I've heard from the state, I really had to like step back because I just think they were the wildest, craziest ideas and not good for children. It was all about numbers and money, and that's how the state is going to fund our buildings. So that's how they arrive at like 3, because they're looking at capacity. So to answer your question about like bigger or smaller buildings, because I did look into that as well, knowing that we have some smaller sites here that are like, in my opinion, not just my opinion, the architects and engineers' opinions, they teeter on not being big enough, and there's a couple of them in the mix. They would not recommend some of those sites, they would go with the bigger sites. But with that said, if we went on a smaller site, he thought possibly he would look into that for us to see if we could build a smaller building. Because if we do 3, we're looking at like 650 children in a building, which is what the state is doing. They're going to larger elementaries. If you look around the districts, that's just what they're going to. Now, we could choose not to take their money, but then the full bill comes to us and LFIs and people voting that money in, and we know that that's not an option. So this isn't, Andrea Solko saying this is the state folks saying that they're gonna get me that answer on 3 to 4. I did ask them to commit to like finding that answer for me, because I think that will weigh heavily on your decision, because if you know we're only gonna be funded for 3 sites, you're picking 3 instead of 4. So that's why I've been pushing for that. When I also met with GPD, they said their number 1 was building capacities. Like what space do we have? Because if we close a building that's 400 students, do we have room to put them somewhere versus a building that's 200 something? So that's the one thing that they said is their number 1 criteria, which makes sense. We have to have room. So what I've been, my team, all of us have been talking about and looking at, and what the board's referring to is we were just like eyeballing the schools and doing walkthroughs with them and saying how many rooms do we have for capacity in each one of our buildings. Our bigger buildings have more classrooms in them. Our smaller ones, well, with the exception maybe of 1, the others don't have a lot of room, a couple rooms here or there, but we have to make sure that we can fit them. What we based it on, and being a former elementary principal of a very packed school, like literally building walls and working out of custodial closets, we don't want to have to be in that predicament. It's not a good place to be. It's not good for children. It's not good for culture. And so what we are trying to do is preserve a music and art room in our projections. And some teachers sharing space, our intervention specialists would be sharing some space. So we left some cushion. Now, we could eliminate some of those things. We could put art on a cart. We could put music back in the cafeterias. Like, no one enjoys that. Our teachers don't. Our principals don't prefer that. Our students don't prefer that. I've been it's a challenge. So we're thinking that we would preserve those spaces as long as we could. Now, what GPD would do is come in and really like break it apart. You know, I'm not an architect, my team's not, we're not architects and engineers. We walk the building, we give you our opinions. So their numbers might come back very different. Where I think we might have 6 classrooms at Lincoln, or 7 or 8, they might say, well, you really have 12, because you could do this, 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 you could split the library. And they asked me those questions. Do you have money to, split classrooms? And we were like, no, that's why we're here. Do you have additions and trailers? I'm like, no, that's the predicament we're in. So I said, take the buildings we have and make them work. So they would do dig more into that. They would look at our operational cost savings, like what condition our buildings are in now, what future work they would need, which we have some idea of, but they would confirm and, talk to our folks certainly, and then take that information and compare it to what they do for a living, which is architecture and engineering. So those would be some things that they would look at. And then the last thing I guess I would say is that I also met with Margie and just had some conversations, our transportation supervisor, to say like, okay, if we just went through each school, and I said if we close DeWitt, if we close Richardson, if we close, and I just wanted to hear from her, like, what does that do to boundaries, what does that do for transportation? So those are some things that, like, if we got real specific, and I told her I put a pause button on it, I said, let's wait till we have this discussion, because then we have the program to, like, move, she can draw lines, like, I watched it, and I'm like, all right, and I know I'm challenged in directions, Mrs. White, but I was able to follow that.
Sorry.
It's true, I can't lie, you're right.
I am too.
So, we were looking at them and, like, just playing with the numbers of how many students would go to this school, that school, and so, that's also going to be, I think, an important discussion that GPD could, like, assist in capacities. I just think they would, obviously, this is what they do. They just did a school closing study in Cuyahoga County recently, and so it would just, I guess validate and give us some real objective data to look at. Not that I want to tell you with certainty, being as objective as we possibly can, and giving you and just trying to anticipate what would be helpful for your decision-making process. Sorry that was long, but I wanted to make sure I addressed everything.
So with that too, I guess, with Mr. Gomez's question, would they, along with this, would they be giving recommendations? Or
No.
would they just be providing the data?
No, and I'm sorry, I forgot one thing, but we did not really talk about recommendations. It was more like giving us the data, and they certainly could. I don't remember discussing that particularly, but they did say the time frame. I heard someone ask about the time frame. They said, what's your time frame? I said, well, my preference would be, and I would confirm with the board, but I'm thinking like midsummer, like end of June, that they have their report to us, so you have something this summer, and we're not extending this, because I, as much as all of you, want to move this process along as well. So they thought that was manageable in June.
So when would they start that process? Would we need to get a contract, approve a contract for them to start and get this, and have this back in June? When would we need to, like, next board meeting?
Yeah, I would suggest that.
Are they gonna provide us different data from the data you've given us, or are they verifying the data?
What would you think?
I think they may go a little more in depth as far as, we're just kind of taking like, oh, here's what we see. I think they probably have more of a rubric or.
Yeah, like our plans, they want to see our building plans and all
You
of
know,
that. We didn't do that.
Yeah, and so I think they probably have more of a calculated, like, in an architectural engineering world of like, okay, their building capacity, other than, us just eyeballing, there's this many empty classrooms and we can put this many kids in it, and I think theirs is probably a little bit more, has a little more meat to it.
Yeah, and I know where you're going with it, and I will say this, they complimented our team on how well prepared we were and how much information. They go to other places that don't have any of this, so they complimented us, but they did say that they would use it, certainly.
Outside of capacity, what else would they be looking at?
The condition of the buildings and assessing, like, what would, need to be done, within a certain time frame. So like, do we have to replace boilers at, let's say, Lincoln, within the next 2 years, no matter what, or else X, Y, Z. So kind of those things. What maintenance would be done on all of these buildings? What kind of costs associated with that?
And I'd kind of like to know that too, because I'm spinning over here, my head, but, and this is probably stupid, but I'm just gonna take it out. If we're only allowed to build 3 buildings, we might want to think of keeping a 4th one so we could use it too. I don't know if they'll allow us to do that, and maybe renovating it down the road so we would have 4, because I am not in favor of 3 buildings with almost 700 little kids in it. To me, that is not right. And even with 4 buildings, you're still gonna have quite a few.
Plus a preschool.
But yeah, to me, that's just ridiculous. We have 1,800 and some kids in elementary, and, let me go to that, I have it in here. I don't know, going to, 3 buildings, you'd have 667 kids. Going to 4, you'd only have 5 only. I wish it was even a little less than that, but it's better than almost 700 kids. I just don't like that at all, so I just threw it out there. Maybe it's a thought, I don't know.
So whether or not OFCC would do 3 or 4, that would be coming directly from
Yeah.
OFCC, and what timeline would that be coming?
I think we can get that. I asked Bill, the
We
gentleman
need that.
from GPD, and I can follow up with him. I think they're just waiting for the outcome of this conversation, but I can push him. He knows the people that we're working with at OFCC to give us some information. We have the Future Think did the report on our projections, so that's part of this as well, that you have to have done before they'll move along in the process.
So, what I'm hearing, are we prepared to eliminate so that for GPT to not do all 6, or are we saying that we need GPD to do all 6 of the buildings for us?
I don't think we need to do Richardson.
I'm
You know.
agreeable to that.
I don't think we need to do Richardson. I think that's one that we will keep. According
And it's on
to
one- it's
some
on-
of the, I don't have it all, but I have some.
And I
It
agree with what
meets
you
every
said,
one.
and it's on one end of town. I mean, like,
I would agree with that.
Yeah, so I don't think we need to do that one.
I would not, even though it's not on my list, I don't agree with eliminating it until we're at a
Okay.
point where all members are willing to state what buildings they feel
Okay.
should be on the table. I don't think it's right to
Okay.
be at a place where we're eliminating one building when we have some members that won't state what buildings they think should be considered. I don't think it's fair to say, hey, this part of town, you're good, but as a board, we're not even gonna really have more conversation about these other 5 till we get this report. But you guys, you're good, don't worry. I don't think that's fair to the rest of our community because we haven't had a comprehensive conversation towards the rest of our community. We have board members that aren't even at a point where they're willing to have that conversation, and yet we're willing to then eliminate one building. It just seems unfair to me.
Can I ask this question, and maybe this will help clarify? Is the reason that we don't want to look at all 6 and we want to eliminate, is that based on specifically cost of
Cost.
GPDs? Is that the sole reason for this decision?
That's why I was asking.
not
Yeah.
zero?
Cost.
Yes.
cost.
Okay, because what I can do is certainly, we've talked about it, they did say that it would be more, but I don't know that it necessarily is doubled in cost. And
I don't
please-
think taking, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
That-
I was just gonna say, I don't think taking one off the table is gonna affect the cost to the
No,
point
right.
of, as if we were
Right.
just like down to
Yeah.
2 buildings. And I don't think that we
I
should
would
just
like
take
just to-
one off the table.
Start having the conversations with all, I mean, like, I know Patty, you kind of said some things and, you know,
I will say on one hand too, completely unrelated to this though, it might not be bad to have some of that data on all 6.
Okay.
do you think?
Because whether you, like, even if you've ruled one out, but then you know, because
Okay.
you're still,
True.
if you've ruled one out, you are saying you wanna keep that building,
Mhm.
still may be good to have the data of
Sure.
the future potential costs or, things that we may not be, that our maintenance or operations may not be thinking of or not, just not.
It's a good point, Ms. Stoker. Even if we are
Just
keeping it
food
for
for- I'm not-
capacity and what we can do with that building when, if we were keeping it and needed to move students there, like there are things that we didn't think of. you know, those kinds of things too.
One of the things I
So-
could also get for you, and I asked my colleague, I should say, I talked to her on the phone, about giving me the reports, like that they did, so we have something to look at, but I haven't received it. I could just go to GPD and say, hey, can you show us an example of what you've done? And that way you can get, you know, an idea of what that would be, and I certainly can negotiate with them the cost, you know, and express that this is a concern of the board, would they consider not, you know, gouging us? And they really felt like we had a good start, so it's not like they're starting from ground zero. We do have a lot of information that we can share. We have it, you know, files, they asked for building plans, like, we have all that readily available. So, just a thought. I mean, I think what I'm hearing, and I don't make this decision, but, I mean, it might be just the best decision to look at all six. And then I think maybe the comfort level of all of you would be, and some of you may already be there, but it might make the board feel better, but just suggest.
That would be.
If it's not gonna save
So,
money, then
like
don't
you said,
do it.
you don't know, maybe something about relocating something.
Yeah,
that
that could
you
be.
may run into an issue, you know,
That too.
with there, because you haven't had that done, but.
So,
I can
When
ask
I-
another question too, I'm
Sure.
sorry. So, did you say that there's a possibility we could find out whether we would qualify for 3 or 4 in the future, like in the
I'm hoping to
pretty
get that
quick
soon.
future?
I'll literally call tomorrow and try to get him to move on that
Because I
answer.
think one of my biggest complaints in this whole process, and not just this process, with all of it, was it's so disjointed. You know, we started building this building, but then there was no plan, you know, where were the offices gonna be? What are we gonna do? What's phase 2? What's phase 3? And there was no, like, big plan ahead of time, I guess, you know, from previous superintendent. I thought for sure had a phase 2 and a phase 3 locked up there somewhere, but, you know, it would have been nice to say, you know, like, okay, we have this plan for this new building, now where's the board office gonna be? Then we had to make these decisions about a board office. Now then, we're going to, phase 2 is what are we doing with the elementary schools? So, and then eventually we're gonna have to move a board office into, I would say, an elementary school. And now we have a preschool, and then is the preschool gonna forever stay where it's at currently? Is that its forever home? And so there's all these big questions, and if we had answers to all the questions and what's gonna happen, then these decisions would be a lot easier than making these ethereal decisions.
What does the number of elementary schools, how does that impact your decision-making process?
I am looking at where the sites are in the city. So if I knew there were gonna be ultimately 3 sites, or 4 sites, I don't want to have all of the buildings
It changes
clustered
which
together.
building you would want to close?
It would, if we were narrowing them down to a few, probably. If you were narrowing them down, I think that's how we were doing it.
I feel the
You
same
know,
way.
we have-
If we can do 4, and we have 4 buildable sites, then that makes it a lot easier than if we can only do
And-
3. And my second question would be the capacity. If we only had 3, what capacity would we have to have with those? Because they're all different acreages. So how big of a school do we have to
Well,
have if we only have 3?
and then also we have Preston, Price, and Sill, and they're all very close together. Sill is an empty lot, you know, and are we gonna sell Sill? Or are we going to, like, is Sill gonna be the next buildable site? I mean,
It is.
and which is a more valuable property, Preston and Price with a school currently on it, or an empty lot?
Well, and I know we're getting ahead of ourselves, but
You
swing
know-
space is also a concern. So Sill, what makes Sill a nice site, I'm not pushing you in one direction or another, but from a buildable
But
standpoint.
it all matters.
There's no students on that site that we have to relocate.
Right,
You just build
exactly.
new, and they swing space is
Exactly.
already built in Preston because the children stay.
Yeah, exactly.
I appreciate that it all matters, but ultimately, all of that we can't decide right now for a few reasons. One, when you do a full phase two, I don't think right now, as part of this closing process, we should pick which sites future elementary schools are on. Because you do that, usually you engage a community committee and you invite people in. So I think we could have conversations, as I have stated is my opinion, on what buildable sites are, but I don't think it's responsible for the board to say, we're picking where the future elementary schools are being built, and we're never gonna engage the community in that conversation.
Also, we might not, I mean, that's a future board. I mean, that's not even,
That's not even us.
That's not
And
even
I
us,
agree
that's
with
a
that.
future
That's
board.
not, but it
I
does
mean-
weigh into, for me, I don't want to tie a future board's hands in those decisions or the community by making the wrong decision now. You know, on some level, I think, to Ms. Schaefer's point about the long-term plan before, I think that we have possibly had to make some decisions because we felt our hands were tied with previous boards' decisions
Correct.
on things.
Correct.
And that's not what we want to do. And I think is why there is so much hesitancy right now.
and and
So-
Mr. Gomez, I appreciate that you're steadfast, you kind of review the facts and you are where you're at right now. And, and I need to have more discussions, I need to hear it, and I appreciate what you have to say, and I appreciate what you have to say.
No, same
And,
shape, I'm in the same boat.
and, you know, when I was in second grade, I had a pen pal when they closed Grant School, and they moved them all to, you know, to Richardson and DeWitt. So, I mean, like, I remember, it's a big deal, so,
But this is where we have discussions, so
Mhm. yes,
let's have them.
I'm ready.
I'm ready too. What else do we need to discuss? Let's get to where we can get
All right.
to tonight.
Well, I think tonight, what I'm hearing is that Dr. Selico is going to go to GPD and have a list of what exactly they would be compiling for us, the price and the timeline. I think it's very important that we have all of that. If that's the route that the board votes to go, that we have that by our next board meeting, a contract to
I think
consider.
it's reasonable.
And also, the biggest thing for that would be the timeline of when we can get this data back, because ultimately, that's when, to Mr. Gomez's point, we need a timeline, and we need it yesterday, and we need to put that in place. So if you're saying, you know, if they can get it back to us,
So
you know,
our
beginning
next-
of June, they could get this back to us by the beginning of July.
Yeah, I think, and maybe they start, I don't know, before, but the
June
board
11th.
meetings are, what is, when's our?
June 11th.
June 11th.
What
So-
is it, June 11th?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, not that one, what's the next one after that?
Well,
Be the
the
next
next one
week,
is our
which
work
would be
session, though, on the 18th.
And you're not here.
Yeah, the 18th, I'm not here. But the 20th, I was thinking, there's no way they could do it by then anyway, I mean, I can't
the
imagine. but
25th,
I told them the last meeting in June as like a ballpark.
To
Yeah.
have it back. To
Yeah,
have the
like I
data.
said, that's when we would like to discuss it.
but
Okay.
if,
But, go ahead.
can we get that information by the 25th and be ready on the 25th to like have like
To digest it and be ready to have that
That's just it,
discussion.
yeah, if you wanna have it ahead of time to digest prior to the meeting, or if we're gonna get it to you that evening, they could come in and maybe do a presentation for you. I mean, they'll do that. I could have GPD come in and present it.
What happens if that data's not enough? Where do we go from there? What if people aren't comfortable once we get that data? Are
Well, 'cause
people
I know I'm
committing that that data will be enough for them?
I know that I move a little bit slower than some other people, but
I know, but we have to get to a point where we can't always not have enough. So people either need to say, this is what I need, to make the decision, which is fine. I get that we need different things. We're different people. But we either need to define what that is so that administration can get us what we need, so we can get to a point where we make a decision, or we need to make a commitment that if we get this information, I will commit to making a decision. Because we can't keep saying, this isn't enough, I need another month. This isn't enough, I need another month. That's not fair to our community either. And then why are we sitting here every second meeting of the month until 10 p.m.?
I agree. Personally, I think that if we get the GPD the 25th, if that's our goal, then in July, I know we only have one meeting scheduled. We either need to do it at that meeting, or we need to have a special meeting called to sit and hash it out until we can come to a place of down to at least 3. Because we need to be engaging the community, and that timeline needs to be starting when school starts back up in August, so we can have a decision by November, because it's very important that we do that, and we do it correctly.
And
that is my suggestion.
I agree with Ms. Coco, because if we're then locked in from August to November, there's no way we can engage 6 school communities in meaningful dialogue. There's just not gonna be enough time to do it. So we're gonna have to winnow it down considerably. Because there's no way we can engage 6 school communities in meaningful dialogue. And 3 is gonna be hard.
3 is gonna be hard.
It's gonna be hard. It's gonna be hard still, but 6 is impossible.
The only thing I would want to know that I need is whether we can build 3 or 4. And then if we can save maybe one of ours that might be viable, so we could have 4 buildings. Those are the 2 things I'd like to know.
Yeah, I think, Mrs. White, that would just go back to, if you save and renovate, you would have to pass, the
I know.
taxpayer would
As
be
the
all in there.
LFI.
Right.
I know, I'm not talking about maybe doing that right away,
Yeah.
but we can, yeah, I'd still like that information.
It's an interesting idea.
It is.
It's
Thank
actually
you.
one that I had not thought of before, so.
Hey, well, it's the numbers, the kids. God, that's terrible.
So we're committing GPD,
Yep.
possible, to have a contract to look over at our first meeting in June. Commit to GPD, if they can, come and do a presentation on the 25th. And then in July, and I don't know if we want to discuss if we prefer to do it at a board meeting or call a special board meeting. So that's all we're doing, because we know this is going to take time. And I would much rather do it fresh, when that's what we're sitting here and doing it, than 3.5 hours into a meeting. I think that that's more fair to anyone who wants to come and be a part of it as well. And I think for us, for efficiency, personally, I think I would rather.
I'm open to a special meeting.
If we could have a
Be good with
special
it.
meeting, and that's what we're doing.
I
for
have
that
no
meeting.
vacation plans in
So.
July.
I don't either. I'm a boring person this summer, so
Let's do it.
I'm wide open.
If I may, and again, I don't want to commit GPD schedule the 25th. That is the goal I gave them. Now, not knowing that if we don't approve it, if we approve it in June, that only gives them a couple of weeks. There is one other thing that I could suggest, and I'll turn to Madam Secretary here. Do they need a motion, or is it already in our bylaws or the policy that I have the authority, like if you were to give me the authority to just enter into that agreement, like not to exceed a certain amount of money, or?
It would still need board approved, but you have the authority to, like,
Negotiate.
we could vote on it with, the effective date back. I mean, because you are the
Purchasing agent.
Purchasing agent.
Okay, and I'll certainly inform you of what that cost is, because if it comes back and it's $50,000 and you're like, no way, we're not doing it, it won't, but, okay.
Yeah.
Because that would just speed things along, we don't have to wait, so.
I'm not personally in favor of GPD, but if other board members will commit to making a decision with that data, I will support that. If it gets us to that point, I will do it. If that's what they need to say that we will make a decision and they can commit to that, I will support it to get us to that point finally.
But I want to know about how many buildings.
Yeah, she's
Because we
gonna
know
do
we
that
can't
as well.
renovate any of them. They
I got
won't-
that, Mrs. White. We
They
got
won't
you.
give us money, so that's
we'll
what
get
I'm
the-
kind of waiting on, that I want to know.
Yep.
Other than that, I'm good.
So we have GPD, July special meeting, engaging the community. We're gonna do what we need to do in July to when back to school is back. We're engaging the community and doing what we need to do with them, with whatever buildings we've decided are ones that would be possible closures. And 3 is our goal, is to get it down to 3 at that point. And then engage the community the beginning of April, or August, back to school, all that, and having a decision by November. Does everyone agree with that timeline?
That's fine.
And if we can do it sooner than November,
Yeah.
I don't want to rush at all the community feedback portion of that, so that's why I'm staying with November. But I do think that our community would like to know sooner rather than later, as would our administration and everyone else, so.
Ms.
One
Coco,
last,
can you say the dates one more time, please?
sure.
You can say it quickly, because I just want to make sure they're,
Yes, GPD contract on the next meeting on
Yes.
June 11th. With the hopes that June 26th or 25th would be presentation by GPD. Special meeting in July instead of with our one board meeting.
Are we-
And
are we setting that tonight?
No.
no, we can send out what dates are good.
Okay.
And I think honestly, that will depend on GPD actually presenting on the
okay.
25th. We need to make sure we need to make sure we have enough time to digest that information ourselves before we have that meeting, so that we are coming in ready to make decisions.
And you
And
said
then-
we're narrowing to 3
Yes,
That'll be the goal.
that will be the goal,
at the special meeting.
correct.
Thank you.
And then engagement of the community with those 3 buildings will align with the back to school and doing what we need to do to have meetings and feedback and all of that with them. And decision by November, if not sooner after that. The only other piece on that discussion was, as promised to the community, that we were going to answer their questions. There were 3 main questions that came from the community from Ms. Stewart's when she let the community know as a whole that we had decided to close a school building. The first one was, what timeline are we looking at? I think we just answered that one with very specific things with the timeline. The other 2 were why are we renting board offices? If we need to close a school, why are we spending money renting board offices, was one of the other questions. And just to recap, I know Ms. Schaefer talked about there was no part of the plan with the 6 through 12 campus of having board offices built with it. That was not part of that. The board offices needed relocated from this building as this building is being sold. Last spring, we had looked at different options on where they could go. Roberts was one of those options. And Roberts is being sold, and the board committed to selling Roberts as well. I know the vote to actually rent the board offices was 4-1. It was not unanimous. I did want to mention that, but it was decided with the majority of the board that what we were going to do was be renting, with the hopes that with elementary buildings in the future, down the line with new elementary buildings, that's when a board office could either be incorporated in with that, or one of the leftover elementary schools could be used as a board office. So I just wanted to recap that.
Can I just add to that?
Sure.
Central office is not a co-fundable amount.
Correct.
So I believe that was part of the decision not to include it at the 612, is because it would have been all LFI, and it will be in the future.
And it would be in the future as well.
Any space for central offices.
Thank you, Ms.
100%
Stokely.
funded.
And then Dr. Sokol, if you just want to recap real quick, Ms. Stokely mentioned on the preschool, the 3rd question was, how are we starting a preschool if we have no money and we're closing a school building? So if you just want to recap on that real quick.
Sure, just briefly, I know Ms. Stoykoy mentioned a lot of it. So we are currently, it's a purchase service, so over $1 million goes to the ESC, 1.3 million, 1.2 million. We pay for our preschool program to the Educational Service Center. So we are bringing it back and on site. We already have the building, Shanae, we will keep it there, so that's not any kind of additional cost. But we are, in doing our projections, we plan to be on par or hopefully even incur some savings. The only caveat is we don't know with these being, with the number of them being special needs students, and this could happen if we were with the ESC as well, that if someone comes in and we have a high number of high needs students that need a one-on-one aid, attendant, nursing services, those things are kind of not really within our control, but that could happen if they're at the ESC as well. So the first year cost will be a little bit higher because we had to do some startup. You saw tonight the curriculum, for example. But we're excited to bring them back into our district and to make them part of our family, and our transition to kindergarten will go very nicely and smoothly. And so it's either going to be a break even or hopefully eventually like see some savings in it. But so it's not an additional cost that people think we're just starting preschool. We've always had it. People just don't really know that problem.
Thank you, Dr. Selico. At this time, we did have one community member, Courtney Zimmerman, if you'd like to come up and speak. Thank you for being so patient through all of this.
I say it's late start Thursday. Whoever's got to work tomorrow, just come in about 9
I know, that's what I'm thinking
Want me to
too.
call you?
Hey,
I'll call your bosses.
If it rains, you don't have to go to work.
Yeah.
I would say that you know the drill,
Late
the
start.
3 minutes, state your name,
Yes, I
all of
timed
that,
myself. Thank you
Thank you.
for hearing me. You have gotten a little farther than you were when I wrote this, and I appreciate that. Up till now, well, I'll introduce myself. I'm a resident of Silver Lake and a parent to 2 Silver Lake students, and I'm not here to talk against or speak against other schools. I'm here to speak for Silver Lake. So I've listened to you talk for months without saying anything about the need to close a building with very little detail except what you would like to do. You said you wanted to have community engagement, have surveys. You have not done that yet. Months have gone by. So as I said, you've made a little progress tonight. I would like to say that we have financial projections based on an average cost. And so you have suggested that you will, I think you're doing it backwards. Now you need to do specific financial projections on specific school costs. That's part of the puzzle here. If you close a certain school, is that going to help? Is that going to be adequate to reach your financial projections that you've calculated based on average costs? So I would say that should be part of your consideration as well. Is your cost savings going to be enough in your financial recovery plan based on specific schools? I hope that you make the information from GPD publicly available as soon as possible so that we can all review it. And I want to say that I've been asking myself what the rationale could be for closing Silver Lake. Our school is not low performing. It's one of the highest performing schools in the district. People come from inside and outside of the district specifically to our school because they want their children there. I mean, our enrollment is low, but why? You guys draw these district lines. You've downsized our classrooms our grades from 2 classrooms to 1 recently in some grades. Entire classrooms in our school are empty or used as offices for 1 person. You can't treat choices that you make as irrefutable evidence that our school doesn't serve enough students. Expand the lines and bring us more students. Our school is too small. Well, I looked at the 2018 reports, which are the best we have right now for the OFCC. Our capacity is 301, and we have about 200 students enrolled. So again, other elementary schools have capacities of 317 and 293. So 3 of your 6 schools have essentially the same capacity. Bring us more students. Our school is old. Well, I'm a preservationist professionally and a professional engineer, and you already know that the argument old equals bad I just don't agree with that premise. But that's not even the point. One part of our school is old, 1927. The rest of it, many additions are 40s, 50s, 60s. Same as all the others. Oh my God!
I wanted to let you finish your last sentence, but
So
we do
there's
have
just a lot of
to keep the 3
reasons
minutes.
that
so.
don't hold water compared to other schools. Thank you
you.
very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Vote Democrat.
Item 5 is future agenda items.
Can we put the renewal of that 9.97 as a discussion item on the next agenda?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
Of the levy.
Oh, the levy, okay.
So this is probably the earliest that it can be put on is this November, and then it has to be passed by the following November of 2026. So.
And then also, at the next meeting, we need to have a discussion on our work session as well. I think we need to go over our work session and specifically what we want to accomplish and what we want that to look like. And then just as a reminder, we'll be doing executive sessions for reviews for Dr. Selico and then Ms. Stokely. I'm going to make sure, ask Chris, or if you want to ask Chris to make sure that he puts the standards in our Friday packets for us so that we have time to go over those as well. And then the next meeting also will be the lunch discussion, which was accidentally on this one and had to get moved, but it will be on the next one, and Chef Bale Bailey will be here for that confirmed as well. Is there anything else?
No, it's a lot.
Okay. Sub 6, committee reports. We want to go down real quick, and it's really late, so
Yeah.
if we have something important to say, we can
None.
say it. But.
I have none.
Okay, Mr. Gomez, I know you had one thing on
Yeah,
athletics.
one thing from athletics about the tennis courts. They started doing the work and realized the holes were way too deep. So they went through 30 gallons of fill. They decided to have the street crew come and fill the cracks with the material they used to fill the cracks in the street. So like I said, we got somewhere, so very happy.
So wild.
As predicted, we got somewhere with the city on that. So
Yay.
the tennis families are happy with the solution for this year.
Does anyone else have anything on their committees that they need to speak on this evening?
I don't.
Okay,
No.
thank you. Item 7 is comments.
I'll pass.
No comment.
Anybody else?
No, thank you.
No.
Well, I was, but I'll save it.
I'm gonna get some sleep.
I'll save it for next time.
Did she say she's
I was gonna comment.
She
but
said
that's
she
okay.
is not reading her article.
Yeah.
Just my comment, thank you all for being here tonight and doing the work that we needed to get done. And we'll continue, and that is all.
Move to adjourn.
So moved.
Already moved.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Please call the roll.
We're all
Second.
jumping. Gary's dead, yeah.
Mrs. Schaefer, Ms. White,
Aye.
Ms.